In the trial, we have the defendant Eric Menendez in court with his attorneys who are represented. What matters are there that counsel wish to discuss before we have the jury come out?
There was an objection to some of the testimony of a police officer named Andy Valentine. The basis of the objection is that under 402 and 352, that this, in 1101, is irrelevant evidence that he was hired from D.B. Kelly at Lyle Menendez's request to act as a bodyguard for Eric Menendez at the U.S. Open on August 30th. And the information that we have from this witness is that he was supposed to meet Eric Menendez supposedly at the U.S. Open in Forest Hills, New York. And on the 30th, he went there. He did not meet Eric Menendez then. He went to a hotel in Manhattan, the Sheraton Center, and met up with Eric Menendez that night. There's no indication he was ever requested to be a bodyguard by Eric Menendez, but nevertheless, the next day, he claims to have escorted Eric Menendez in a limousine to an airport. That's the 31st. So our objection to his testimony has to do with his role as a bodyguard, or the fact that he was a bodyguard. There's been no evidence in front of the Eric Menendez jury that he had received bodyguards or wanted bodyguards, or was afraid of the mafia, or any of that other material that was introduced in the Lyle Menendez jury. And this is something that was prejudicial.
And the people's response?
And this is just part of the scenario. Defendant Eric Menendez testified through himself and other witnesses that he flew back to Los Angeles on September 1st of 1989. Mr. Valentine was a bodyguard for Eric Menendez on the 30th of August, and the 31st of August took Eric Menendez to LaGuardia Airport on the morning of August 31st. Dropped him off at the LaGuardia Airport. That's the purpose for which we're calling this witness to contradict and rebut Eric Menendez's claim through himself and other witnesses that he came back to Los Angeles on September 1st.
Just to clarify the record, Eric Menendez testified that he wasn't sure he came back on the 31st or the 1st.
But the defense has offered other evidence from other witnesses that he came back on the 1st.
But he did testify that he also testified that he did go to the airport with this officer, Andy Valentine, on the 31st. He testified to that. So that's not his intention.
So your position is that the defense concedes that he went to the airport and departed on the 31st?
Well,
or just went to the airport and didn't depart on the 31st?
Well, I don't think we know, to tell you the truth. And I don't believe Officer Valentine can say that he departed since he dropped him there. The other thing they want to elicit from Officer Valentine, however, is information that he made available for the first time on November September 23rd, 1993, he claimed that on the way to the airport, Eric Menendez made the limousine driver stop 2 or 3 times so he could leap into computer stores, saying that he needed a program for his computer in Los Angeles. I can simply tell the court we're in a position to specifically refute that testimony.
And when you say you're in a position to specifically refute that testimony, what do you mean?
Eric Menendez.
What do you mean?
We have the limousine driver who says this is a bald-faced lie.
All right, and then you have Officer Valentine to say that the limousine driver is not honest. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we'll litigate it, Your Honor.
Right. It's not what I want.
But it
I'm
seems to me-
being presented with an offer of evidence here and
Now, I don't
dealing
have
with
any
this at
evidence
this
as to
point.
whether or not Eric Menendez supposedly bought anything at these computer stores. Or because none has been supplied to me on discovery, perhaps I'll hear it for the first time on the witness stand. There's also significant confusion in the notes I was provided with concerning Officer Valentine. I'm still not clear on what the entire offer of proof with respect to him is. There seems to be some confusion about whether he was with Eric Menendez at the US Open before they went to the airport that day or not.
Confusion on whose part?
Confusion in the report.
All right. Well, I suppose that can be clarified. All right, we've gotten a late start this morning, so I don't want to spend much more time on this. We could have been here at 8:30, but council was late, so now we're, well, that's fine, but we're now at 9:15 and the jury is all here. And I want to resolve this matter. This is the first people's witness in rebuttal, and we have all of the objections you've articulated, and basically, it boils down to the fact that your position is that you dispute the content of the witness's testimony. You feel that it is inaccurate in some respects.
My biggest concern is the bodyguard aspect, not the.
Well, if he acted as a bodyguard on behalf of your client and your client accepted him as a bodyguard, then that's evidence that can be considered by the trier of fact as the defendant's state of mind at the time these events occurred, regardless of who hired the person to act as a bodyguard. I suppose the prosecution is not introducing evidence as to who hired the detective agency, just that this individual acted as a bodyguard for the defendant and the defendant accepted him as such.
Well, I think that's more prejudicial not to show that Eric Menendez didn't do the hiring, it was his brother.
Well, I don't know what the people can do about that. They can only offer the evidence that's available to them, which is non-hearsay, which is that he acted as a bodyguard and your client accepted him as such. Your client was in a position to accept or reject his services, and apparently he accepted them. So it would seem to be probative evidence and relevant, and if the objection is under section 352 of the evidence code, I don't find any prejudice to it at all. So what else did you want to say in regards to the witness?
Everything was going to the witness, although I'd still like to know if this is exactly what it's going to say vis-a-vis what his activities were and whether or not Lyle Menendez was there. There's information in this report that Lyle Menendez was present as well.
Where?
At the hotel. When he met up with Eric Menendez.
Well, have you discussed this at all with the prosecution?
I talked to him yesterday and I couldn't get in conversation with him. Well, what I'm told is he's claiming, yes, he did see Lyle Menendez, but it's not clear where he's claiming he saw him.
All right, well, are there any other reports regarding this witness's testimony, or is it all that you have, you've turned over to the defense?
The reports that I have, I've turned over to the defense. I have spoken to Mrs. Abrams when she asked about whether he had seen Lyle. In fact, he indicated to me that he had seen Lyle was at the Sheraton Hotel. So he does know who Lyle Menendez is as well.
Both defendants were at the hotel?
Yes, the Sheraton.
You saw them both?
He saw them both.
All right. Anything else now before the jury comes out? All right. Then let's get the jury out. The blue jury is now in court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And we're ready to resume. The people may call their witness.
People call Andy Valentine.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause of thinking before this court is to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and help you God. Please take the stand and state your name for the record.
My name is Andrew Valentine,
Spell your last name, please.
Valentine.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Valentine, what is your occupation, sir?
Right now, I'm a security officer at a hotel in Manhattan, retired New York City detective.
And on August 30th, 1989, what was your job?
My occupation was a detective in the New York City Police Department.
And did you have a part-time job as well on that date?
Yes, it was a phone call type job that when needed, I was called to do investigations, bodyguard jobs, so on.
Were arrangements made sometime on August 30th or shortly before August 30th of 1989 for you to have a job bodyguarding the Menendez brothers?
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object to the last question.
It's rather broad.
Yeah, well, in the question before were arrangements made around August 30th. I object to that again.
All right, if you can pin it down, it would help.
Mr. Valentine, do you recall going to the U.S. Open on August 30th, 1989?
Yes.
And what was the purpose for your going to the U.S. Open in New York?
I was supposed to meet clients and security personnel from New Jersey and assist in bodyguarding the two clients,
Okay, and the two clients you later found out to be who?
Eric and Lyle Menendez.
Now, on August 30th, what time was it that you went to the U.S. Open?
I arrived there approximately at 6 o'clock in the evening.
And did you locate the Menendez brothers at that point?
No, I didn't.
Did you see any other bodyguards from D.B. Kelly, the detective agency or the bodyguard
Your Honor, I'm
agency?
going to
From,
object counsel's leading entry. Assuming that's not known.
All right, objection overruled to that question.
did you see any bodyguards from D.B. Kelly at the U.S. Open?
No, I didn't.
What did you then do?
I attempted to contact the person who hired me, and he advised me that the clients were
Objection,
staying.
Your Honor, that's calls for hearing.
Sustained. Objection sustained, the answer stricken.
Did you get some information from the person who was arranging the bodyguard service?
Objection, Your Honor, since that's not known.
Yeah, let's just find out what he did.
Okay, what did you do?
I learned that the clients were at the
Without,
show.
just,
I'm
what
sorry.
did you physically do? Objection sustained to the.
I responded to the Sheraton Hotel.
Where's the Sheraton Hotel located?
It's 52nd Street and 7th Avenue in Manhattan.
And at that location, what did you do?
I finally found the clients and started my job.
When you say you found the clients, who did you actually come into contact with?
Lyle Menendez.
Later on, did you come into contact with other persons?
Yes, his brother Eric, and I believe his their tennis coach and wife.
And did you go?
And I believe Lyle's girlfriend.
Do you
Her
remember?
name I don't recall.
Was she a tennis player? If you knew?
I believe so,
Objection, Your Honor,
yes.
is calls for facts beyond personal knowledge.
I'm sorry?
Calls for facts beyond personal knowledge.
Objection sustained, the answer stricken as far as the occupation of the girlfriend.
Were you given information about the occupation of the girlfriend?
Your Honor, objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Now, once at the Sheraton Hotel, did you ascertain whose room defendant Eric Menendez was staying in?
Objection, since facts not known.
Overruled.
Yes, he was staying in the room with his tennis coach and his wife.
Now, on the evening and night of August 30th, were you with the defendants on that night?
For a period, yes.
Did you actually sleep in the same room or the same hotel room as the defendant Eric Menendez?
No, I didn't.
What was your duty? What did you actually do?
I sat outside the hall, outside the room he was in, and just watched.
Okay. Did you position yourself right outside the door?
Yes.
Were you laying in the floor in the hallway, or
No, there was a chair provided.
so you sat right outside the door of the
Yeah.
room? And was that for, you believed, his protection?
Your Honor, I'm
Yes.
going to object to questions irrelevant.
Overruled.
Did you spend the whole night there sitting out on this chair outside the room that Eric Menendez was staying in?
Yes.
And at some point the next morning, on the early morning of August 31st, did you see Eric Menendez, this defendant, exit that room?
Yes.
What happened that morning?
That morning, we had breakfast in the coffee shop downstairs, and I believe we went to the U.S. Open again. I mean, my second time there.
Okay. You actually didn't see him at the U.S. Open on August 30th?
No, I didn't.
How did you get to the U.S. Open from the Sheraton Hotel?
By limousine.
Do you know who made arrangements for the limousine?
I believe it was
An
the,
object, Your Honor, beyond his personal knowledge.
Sustained unless he did it himself.
Okay. At some point, you and Eric Menendez got into a limousine,
yes,
and the limousine driver drove you to the U.S. Open. How far is the U.S. Open from the Sheraton?
well, 15, 18 miles. I really couldn't say.
That's an approximation.
Yes,
And once you got to the U.S. Open, do you recall who was there in your immediate party presence?
his brother and the girlfriend were there also, and I met with Kelly Associates people. They were already there.
How many people from D.B. Kelly were there?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as irrelevant.
Overall,
At least 4. I don't recall the exact number.
Do you recall approximately how long you spent at the U.S. Open that morning?
No, not really. It was just a short time, I believe.
At some point, did you accompany the defendant, Eric Menendez, to LaGuardia Airport?
Yes.
Do you recall if you went directly from the U.S. Open to the airport?
No, we went from the hotel. We returned to the hotel and then to the airport.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Who was it that was in the limo when you left the U.S. Open and went back to the Sheraton Hotel?
Eric Menendez.
And yourself and the driver?
Yes.
At some point after that, you then went to LaGuardia Airport?
Yes.
Okay. Would you describe for the jurors what happened during that drive from the Sheraton to LaGuardia?
On the ride from the Sheraton to the airport via the 59th Street Bridge, Mr. Menendez asked the driver to pull over several times at computer stores. And he mentioned to the driver that he had to get something for his computer back home.
So as you were driving, he asked the driver to stop?
Yes.
As a bodyguard, did you have to exit the car to protect Eric Menendez?
Yes.
Did you go into any of the store, or how many stores were gone into by defendant Eric Menendez?
2 or 3, I don't recall exactly. It was at least 2 that I recall.
And this was on the way from the Sheraton to the airport?
Yes.
Approximately how long a drive is it? In terms of miles, how far is it from the Sheraton to LaGuardia?
Again, an estimate of 15, 18 miles. I'm not sure.
Could you describe the demeanor of Eric Menendez while you were driving from the Sheraton to LaGuardia Airport?
He seemed sort of hyper, excited about something. And he mentioned that he had to get something for his computer. I thought he was,
Object to what the witness thought or speculated.
all right, you answer the question.
When he mentioned that he had to get something for his computer and he asked the driver to stop, did he see, or was there some computer store right there on the street?
Yes,
And did the limo driver then stop?
yes,
And did Derek get out?
yes,
Did you see him go into a computer store?
yes.
Did you enter into the store with him?
No, I didn't.
Did you wait outside the store?
Yes.
Did Eric Menendez exit after
Your Honor, I'm
some?
going to object to leading form of these questions.
All right, I haven't heard this one yet. What is the question?
How long did he spend in the first store?
I don't recall. It's just a short period. I really don't recall the length, exact length of time.
Did he come out with any bag in his hand or anything like that?
I don't believe so.
You both then got back into the limo
Yes,
and proceeded to drive some more. Is
yes.
that correct? Was there another store that he indicated he wanted to stop at?
Again, it was at least two. I'm not sure the exact number,
Okay.
but at least twice we made stops.
Do you recall the second stop in particular?
Mm. No. But my procedure would be the same. Particular, I don't recall a second stop. Again, I don't know. There were 3 stops,
Okay. With respect to the stops, whether it's 2 or 3, did Eric Menendez at another point say that he wanted the limo driver to stop so that he can get out again?
Yes,
And did you follow him out again?
yes.
And
did you, with respect to the second store that was gone into,
Your Honor, I'm going to strike the previous answer because he's already testified. He didn't remember the second stop. He didn't remember what it
All right, if you could clarify, without striking the answer, just clarify as to the second incident he's described here as to the sequence, if you could.
whether it was 2 or 3 stops, did you always exit with Eric Menendez and go with him to the store?
Yes.
Did you ever enter the store with him?
No, I didn't.
Okay, did you wait outside the entrance door to the store?
Yes.
On any occasion where he entered into the store, did you ever see him come out with any bag as though he had made a purchase?
No, I don't recall. I don't recall him having a bag.
Do you recall approximately where the stores were along this route from the Sheraton to LaGuardia?
No, I don't recall.
You don't remember the particular stores?
No.
Now, at some point, did you arrive at LaGuardia Airport?
Yes.
And what do you recall about the airport?
I'm going to object to form.
Be more specific,
Okay.
please.
Do you recall an airline in particular that he was dropped off at, or do you just remember going to LaGuardia?
I just remember dropping him off.
Have you reviewed the notes from D.B. Kelly and Associates?
Yes.
Are those notes that refresh your recollection as to what hours you spent with Eric Menendez?
I object to the form of questions. There's been no showing that he has a
Right.
recollection.
Well, objection sustained to the form of the question. Perhaps you can clarify when you say notes, what notes he's referred to,
Okay.
if any.
Mr. Valentine, did you review the D.B. Kelly and Associates memo with you as a subject and your having bodyguarded Eric Menendez on August 30th and 31st?
I'm going to object to the form of question again. Number one, the memo doesn't say that. And number two, anything in that memo is hearsay unless it's.
The question is whether or not he reviewed it. That's all. You can say yes or no.
Yes, I did.
Did that review refresh your then recollection of the hours that you spent with Eric Menendez?
I object to the form of question.
Overall,
Yes.
Do you recall how many total hours you spent with or on this particular job?
21.
And what were you getting paid for each hour?
$30.
Do you recall returning to after the trip to LaGuardia Airport and letting Eric Menendez off, do you recall returning to the Sheraton Hotel?
Yes.
Do you recall why you returned to the Sheraton?
To drop a credit card off.
And do you recall approximately when that was that you finally got back to the Sheraton Hotel?
That was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
There's nothing further to this witness at this time, Your Honor.
cross-examination.
Mr. Valentine, you were a policeman in the city of New York for how many years, sir?
A little over 23.
And your last assignment was as a detective?
Yes.
A detective of what?
Just detective. You
What-
mean my assignment?
Yes, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to a robbery unit in Brooklyn.
In Brooklyn. And had you worked in the course of your employment by the New York City Police Department in all 5 boroughs of New York, or
No.
where did you work during your career?
Basically all in Brooklyn.
And did you live at that time, as you do now, in Staten Island?
Not through my whole career, no.
When you worked Brooklyn, did you live in Brooklyn?
At one point, yes.
Have you ever lived in Queens?
No.
LaGuardia Airport is in Queens, is it not?
Yes.
The U.S. Open is also in Queens.
Yes.
The U.S. Open is held at the tennis stadium in Forest Hills, Queens.
No, it was at Flushing Meadows.
Is it Flushing Meadows?
Yes.
There is a tennis stadium at Flushing Meadows?
Yes.
Flushing Meadows is also in Queens.
Yes.
Now, how many times prior to August 30th, 1989, had you done work for D.B. Kelly and Associates?
Never.
And to the best of your knowledge, or did you know where D.B. Kelly and Associates are located or were located then?
No.
How did you receive information that you were being hired by these folks on August 30th?
I received a phone call from a friend of mine who had an investigations business in Brooklyn. He had been contacted by another party in Queens, I forget his name, who in turn had been contacted by D.B. Kelly.
So this is the 4th run on the left.
Yes.
What's your friend's name?
Russell Tonneson.
The last name?
Tonneson.
How do you spell that, sir?
Tonnesen.
And what's the name of his security company?
Alton Security. Alton
How do you spell that?
Investigations. Excuse me. Alton.
Alton Investigations. And
Yes.
he's located in
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. And do you know his telephone number?
No, I don't. Not offhand.
And what you understood was that you were supposed to go to the U.S. Open, which you understood to be a tennis tournament, and meet up with Eric and Lyle Menendez?
No, at that point, I was just to meet associates from D.B. Kelly.
And you didn't know if the clients were supposed to be there, or did you believe the clients were supposed to
I
be?
believe they were supposed to be there, yes.
And were you given the name of the clients when you got the call from Russell?
No, I didn't. I wasn't. I'm sorry.
Were you given anybody's name to meet up with at the U.S. Open?
Just associates from D.B. Kelly. I believe I was given one of the employees' names from Kelly, but I don't recall his name.
Now, would you agree, Mr. Valentine, that Flushing Meadow is a big place?
Oh, yeah.
It was the site of a couple of World's Fairs, in fact.
Hmm.
Where were you supposed to meet with this associate
one
from
of the-
D.B. Kelly?
One of the ticket gates, ticket windows.
One of the ticket windows for
I don't recall.
the tennis stadium?
Oh,
or
yes.
all of Flushing Meadow?
No, well, the stadium, there's only the tennis stadium there, and there's ticket booths. That's where I was supposed to meet him.
Okay, one of the ticket booths at the tennis stadium at Flushing Meadow. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Right.
And what time were you supposed to meet this person?
6 p.m.
And it was still light out at 6 p.m. on August 30th,
Yes.
correct? So you got there, and did you ever meet up with the security person from D.B. Kelly?
No, I didn't.
And how long did you remain at Flushing Meadow?
Oh, I would say an hour, hour and a half at least.
Waiting for someone to show up?
Yes,
And did you get there using your own automobile?
yes.
So you drove there from, where was your home then?
Staten Island.
And do you recall if you had received the call from your friend Russell Tonneson on the 30th or on some day before that?
No, it was that day, the 30th.
Now, you say you then made some follow-up phone calls, and that led you to go to the Sheraton Hotel.
Yes,
And I think you've said this particular, now the Sheraton Hotel you said was at 52nd and 7th Avenue,
Yes,
and that's in Manhattan, is that
Yes.
correct? Now, there are two Sheraton hotels about a block apart in that neighborhood, are there not?
I believe so.
Was this particular Sheraton Hotel on the east side or the west side of
East.
7th Avenue?
The east side. I believe it's the Sheraton Center.
Right. And it has a tower, it's a rather tall hotel?
I don't look up that much.
You don't know it then?
No,
Do you, were you familiar with that hotel when it was first built in New York City in the 1960s, what it was
No.
called then? Now, when you got to that hotel, were you looking for the D.B. Kelly person or were you looking for the clients?
I was looking for the D.B. Kelly Associates. I still didn't know the client's name at that time.
But you did know the D.B. Kelly person's name.
Yes, I believe I did have a name to meet at the open, but I can't recall his name.
Okay, but when you went to the hotel, were you expecting to find the D.B. Kelly person there?
I was hoping to, yes.
And you knew his name then?
Yes.
We assume it's a him. And you don't remember his name now?
No, I don't.
So what did you do when you got to the Sheraton Center Hotel to locate this person from D.B. Kelly?
I made more phone calls to the third party. I don't know which one we numbered. The investigations office in Queens.
The ones that had
The one that
referred
I don't
matter to
recall
us?
the name, yeah.
All right.
I called him and he, I don't recall exactly how I found the clients because I don't think they were registered in their name. I just don't remember
Okay.
how I finally
So
hooked
the
up with
best of
them.
your recollection is that neither Eric nor Lyle Menendez was registered at that hotel. Is that
Not that I recall.
Now, you say you came in contact with Lyle Menendez first.
Yes,
Where?
at the room.
At whose room?
What I assume to be the coach and his wife.
How did you get to that room?
I just don't recall.
Do you recall the coach's name?
No,
Do you recall what the coach looked like?
no,
Do you recall the wife?
no.
So somehow or another, you wound up at the room of this person, this couple, the coach and the wife. Is that
Yeah.
correct? And this was on the 30th. Is that right?
Yes.
And what time was it?
I'd say about 9:30, 9:45 in the evening.
And when you got to the room of the coach and the wife, you said Lyle Menendez was there?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
was the coach and the wife there?
Yes, I believe so.
But Eric was not.
No, he was.
Oh, Eric was there
Yes,
also?
he was.
So all five people were there?
I'm not quite sure if I seem to recall Lyle's girlfriend being there also, but I'm not positive.
So in this room, the coach's room, was the coach, his wife, Lyle Menendez, his girlfriend, and Eric Menendez.
Yes.
Okay. And everyone was still awake, I take it?
Oh, yeah.
And when you got there, were there any D.B. Kelly people there?
No.
Mr. Valentine, have you been watching this trial on television?
Just intermittently.
Enough so that you have seen both Eric Menendez and his brother Lyle Menendez on television?
Yes.
So you could describe Lyle Menendez if I asked you to, because you've seen him on television, correct?
No. Well, that plus the personal contact.
Describe the girlfriend.
5'5", 5'4", blonde, hair similar to yours, length and style at the time.
So similar to mine at the time.
I recall more curls.
More
You know,
curls than mine.
No, I meant, I wouldn't know how to describe it. I'm sorry, but
Okay, so she had hair similar in length and style to mine, but curly,
a little bit darker blonde. No.
little darker blonde. And what did y'all do in this hotel room after you met up with these five people?
Lyle took me outside in the hall, And this was the first time I was explained why I was there.
And without
Exactly
giving
what
us-
what the circumstances were.
Without giving us the explanation, you had a conversation with Lyle in the
Yes.
hall,
Yes.
and then what happened?
Then I was given a chair and I sat down in the hall.
Who gave you the chair?
I believe Eric gave me a chair. I think, I'm not positive.
And after you had this conversation with Lyle, did he go back into the room
Yes,
and you got your chair? Yes?
yes,
And you sat in the hallway?
yes.
And did anybody leave the room during the night?
I don't recall.
To the best of your recollection, did Lyle and the girlfriend remain in the room all night, along with Eric and the coach?
I
and
don't
the
think
missus?
so.
You don't think
I don't
so?
think so.
Well, did you see them leave?
I don't recall them leaving, no.
Was there a back exit or entrance?
No, it's
from
just,
this
I
room?
just don't recall.
Can you describe what the coach looked like?
No,
Can you describe what his wife looked like?
no.
What time is it that you believe you took up your position on the chair in the hall?
It was around 10 o'clock, I would say, in the evening.
And you don't recall anyone leaving after you did that?
No,
Now, what's the first thing you remember? You stayed up all night, I take it, as a good bodyguard would?
for the most part.
Okay.
This may lose me some jobs, but
All right. What's the first thing you remember in the morning?
my recollection is just breakfast in the coffee shop.
Okay, do you recall what time you either woke up or became aware of the fact that it was morning?
No, I don't recall.
No time. And you said you recall having breakfast in the coffee shop of the Sheraton Center?
Yes,
And is that coffee shop right on 7th Avenue, overlook 7th Avenue?
geez, I forget. I don't recall.
And who'd you have breakfast with?
I believe with Eric Menendez and the coach and his wife.
Okay. You didn't see Lyle Menendez or his girlfriend at breakfast?
No, I don't believe so.
And then you said after breakfast, you a limousine arrived to take you to the U.S. Open, correct?
Yes,
And who went to the U.S. Open in the limo?
I believe the four of us just mentioned.
Okay, so it was the coach, his wife, Eric, and yourself, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And with respect to the limousine, do you know what company it was from?
No, I don't.
Now, a little earlier, you testified that after this trip to the U.S. Open, you went back to the Sheraton Center and then to LaGuardia Airport. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was it the same limousine all along?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, do you recall what route you took to get from the Sheraton Center to Flushing Meadow to the U.S. Open in the limousine that morning?
No, I don't.
What time did you leave in the morning?
Oh, I really don't recall.
What time did you have breakfast?
I don't recall.
What time did you get to Flushing Meadow?
I don't recall.
How many tennis matches did you watch at the U.S. Open that morning?
Just a brief session. I think we were in the stands for 10 or 15 minutes, not long at all.
And was it male play? Was it singles, doubles, male, female?
I believe it was females.
Female singles, female doubles?
I think it was singles.
And when you were in the stands for these 10 minutes, were the coach and his wife with you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall all of you entering the U.S. Open together?
No, I don't recall that.
Who paid for your ticket?
There were no tickets. The limo went to apparently the player's entrance. We went sort of like in the back door.
So you didn't have to have tickets? You didn't go through a ticket booth?
No,
Well, was Eric playing? in the US Open?
No, I don't know, we just all went in.
Okay, so you just all went in the back?
Yeah.
And you got into the stands and you all got to sit there. Now, when the limousine left to go back to the Sheraton Center, did the coach and the wife go back to the hotel?
No.
They stayed there.
I believe so.
Well, you had to leave them, didn't you? If you and Eric
Yeah.
left, they were there, right?
I assume so. They didn't go back to the hotel with me.
Well, did they get up when the two of you got up from the stands to leave?
I don't recall sitting in the stands with them.
Well, you just said that
No,
they
I-
were there.
No, I didn't recall.
Oh,
whether
you
they were in the
recall you
stand.
all went in the back door,
I-
but you don't recall them being in the stands. Is that your best recollection?
Originally, I stated I don't recall going into the open with them at
Oh, did you?
the back door. I believe so.
Okay.
'Cause I don't recall that.
Well, you recall being in the limousine with them, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Well, do you believe so, or did you
Yeah.
do it?
I believe I did.
Okay.
Take
that's-
the ride with them in the limousine.
Okay, you believe you rode with them in a limousine, just like you believe Eric leapt out of a limousine later to go to computer stores. Is that right?
Assisting.
Okay. Now, after you went in the back door of the tennis stadium at Flushing Meadow, you don't have any recollection of where the coach and his wife went,
No, I don't.
but you remember that you and Eric went in the stands.
Eric, Lyle, and his girlfriend.
Oh, so Eric, Lyle, and his girlfriend were in
Yes.
the stands. When did you hook up with Lyle and his girlfriend?
Sometime after entering the back door.
Okay, so you met up with them at Flushing Meadow, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, if I'm understanding your testimony, Mr. Valentine, this is August 31st now that we're talking about,
Yes.
correct? And you hooked up with Lyle and his girlfriend, and then you and Eric and Lyle and his girlfriend, were you all together in the stands?
Yes.
Okay, and this was a period of about 10 minutes?
Yes.
And when you and Eric left, did Lyle and his girlfriend remain there?
Yes.
And this is the same day that you eventually took Eric in the limo to LaGuardia Airport?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Valentine, if I were to tell you that there's been evidence presented in this trial that on the morning of August 31st, Lyle Menendez was in an airplane on his way to Los Angeles, would that change your recollection?
At what time?
During the morning hours of August 31st, Lyle Menendez was on an airplane from Newark Airport on his way to Los Angeles, California.
I'd have to say your information is incorrect.
I see. And if I were to tell you that there's been testimony in this trial that on the afternoon of August 31st, he met up with a computer expert in Los Angeles, is that information incorrect too?
All I can state is that I drove him to LaGuardia Airport.
No, we're talking about Lyle.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. No, Lyle, I misunderstood you.
All right, let's
I'm
start
sorry.
over
Yeah,
again.
starting over. Yeah.
You said you were with Lyle Menendez at the US Open in Flushing Meadow on the morning of August 31st.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Our
Yes,
information
yes.
is that at about 6 o'clock that morning, he was on an airplane in Newark Airport coming to LA. Okay? So you're wrong.
Wait,
Apparently.
Let's ask a question then.
All right. Does that change your memory?
Assuming that information is accurate, that you just recited to me.
Well, him being on a plane at 6 a.m. is incorrect.
So you're sure that Lyle Menendez is at the US Open with
Yes.
you? Now, what time do they start playing tennis?
I really don't know.
4 in the morning?
I don't know.
6 in the morning?
I have no idea.
10 in the morning?
I have no idea.
Mr. Valentine, you were getting paid $30 an hour for every hour you worked that day, correct?
Correct.
Therefore, it was incumbent upon you, was it not, to keep track of your time?
Yes.
Yes, and did you keep track of your time?
Yes.
And did you keep it in writing?
Yes.
And where's the
No, I didn't
writing?
keep it in writing at the time. I submitted it to DB Kelly.
Uh-huh. And so what time were you at the US Open?
I don't know specifically because the notes I took were just for that purpose, for my time. And they were rough notes just to account for my time in general.
Now, was this stadium full of people this morning?
Yes.
And it was light out, it wasn't a night game?
No.
So it's during daylight hours?
Yes.
Yes. And when you and Eric Menendez left, Lyle Menendez and his girlfriend were still there in the stadium watching the tennis. Is
I
that
believe
right?
so. Yes.
Now, you then go back to the Sheraton Center?
Yes.
Why?
I believe he had to pick up luggage or something.
You believe he had to pick up luggage, or you remember that he did pick up luggage?
I don't remember if he picked up luggage. I know we went back to the hotel.
You don't remember seeing any luggage?
No.
Did it make any sense to you that he would have driven all the way out to the U.S. Open in Flushing Meadow for 10 minutes and then go back to the hotel and then back to Queens to the airport?
Objection, argument.
Were you given any reason for this?
We were at the Open longer than 10 minutes. We were in the stands for 10 minutes.
Okay, how long were you at the Open?
I would say 45 minutes, an hour possibly.
And what were you doing in the 45 minutes to an hour when you weren't in the stands watching tennis?
Well, prior to going in the stands, I followed the clients and Lyle's girlfriend to the practice courts. They were conversing with people on the practice courts.
So they were walking around, the three of them, Lyle and Eric and Lyle's girlfriend, at the practice courts that morning, August 31st, for
Yes.
45 minutes to an hour. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And then there was 10 minutes in the stands. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the coach and his wife also walk around to the practice courts?
I don't believe so. I don't recall.
Now, what time was Eric Menendez's flight, supposedly, on August 31st from LaGuardia?
I think it was around noon.
So what time did you leave Flushing Meadow, excuse me, to go back to the Sheraton, to then go back to Queens to the airport?
I don't recall the exact time.
And you have not been able to locate your original notes of your activities on the 30th and 31st,
No, I
is that
haven't.
correct? You just turned something into DB Kelly,
Yes.
okay? So I take it Eric says something while you're at Flushing Meadow and you've been in the stands 10 minutes like, we better go because I've got that plane or something like that?
I don't recall.
All you remember is you then leave Flushing Meadow
Yes.
and you find your limousine again at the back entrance?
Yes.
Did the driver come inside with you or did he stay by the car?
I believe he stayed by the car.
And then you make the trip back to Manhattan, correct?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, with respect to the trip from the hotel to Flushing Meadow, how was that driven by the limo driver?
You mean the route?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Well, you mentioned earlier the 59th Street Bridge as part of the route to the airport.
That I recall.
Okay. Are there basically two ways to get from Manhattan, directly from Manhattan to Queens, the 59th Street Bridge and the Midtown Tunnel?
Yes. Yeah.
And the tunnel is somewhere around 30th, 31st,
38th Street.
38th,
38th Street. 36th Street, I'm sorry.
excuse me,
36th Street
36th.
and 2nd Avenue.
And the bridge is 59th.
Yes.
And do you recall if in going to Flushing Meadow, the driver took the bridge or the tunnel?
No, I don't. I don't recall.
And do you recall what surface streets in Queens the driver drove to get to Flushing Meadow?
No.
Do you know how far away from Flushing Meadow LaGuardia Airport is?
It's just a short distance. I'm not quite sure though in miles.
Now, you recall returning from Flushing Meadow to the Sheraton Center, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what route the limo driver drove to get from Flushing Meadow to the Sheraton Center?
No, I don't.
Are you familiar with the Long Island Expressway?
Question irrelevant.
You can answer your question.
Somewhat.
Does it run right past Flushing Meadow?
I believe it does.
And does it hook up about 8 miles away with the entrance to the Midtown Tunnel?
I believe so.
Can you tell I'm from Queens? Okay, but you don't remember if the driver took the Long Island Expressway to the Midtown Tunnel back into Manhattan?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall if he took some other street to the 59th Street Bridge back to Manhattan?
No,
You don't recall the drive back to Manhattan at all, is that correct?
not the route, no.
But you remember being in the car driving back?
Yes.
Was there any conversation in the car between yourself or the limo driver or Eric Menendez?
No, not that I recall.
What time was it when you got back to the Sheraton Center?
That was around 10:30.
Now, how long, we're talking about a Friday, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. How long does it take? Forget about miles. In New York, there's a great deal of traffic.
West 31st was not Friday.
All right.
All right, it's a Thursday.
Oh, okay.
It's a weekday, correct?
Yes,
And New York City has rush hour traffic just like every place else, right?
yes.
Maybe worse than every place else. Okay, so on this Thursday morning, how long did it take to get from Midtown Manhattan, the Sheraton Center, to Flushing Meadow, to the stadium that morning?
I really don't recall. I don't recall being stuck in traffic. That's the only thing I can say. I don't recall the length of the trip.
Well, whether stuck in traffic or not, there's always traffic, though.
Well, yeah,
I mean, you can't
there's
drive
traffic
80
and there's
miles an hour
traffic,
across the
yeah.
59th Street
No,
Bridge, can you?
no.
Wouldn't you say that on an average, it would take at least an hour to get from the Sheraton Center to Flushing Meadow?
Possibly.
And at least an hour to get back?
It could take, it can be a shorter ride.
And it can be a much longer ride depending on the
course,
traffic,
yeah.
correct? So in order to get back to the hotel at about 10:30, you would have to have left the hotel at 7, something like that?
I guess, like I said, I don't recall. what
So you
time we
would have had
actually
to
left.
have had breakfast at least around 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes,
Gotten to the US Open around 8, 8:30?
yeah,
Spent
Yes.
about an hour there, maybe left at 9, 9:30?
I believe so.
And that would get you back to the hotel around 10:30?
Yeah, I would think so.
Excuse me?
Yes,
And what'd you do at the hotel at 10:30?
I don't believe I went in at all. I think I stayed in the car.
I'm sorry,
I stayed
Mr.
in the
Valentine.
car. I think I stayed in the car.
Why don't you move the mic a little closer? We'll hear you better. So you stayed in the car with the driver,
I believe so.
okay, and Eric Menendez left, right?
Yes,
And then he came back.
yes.
How long was he gone?
Just a few minutes, I believe.
And did you don't recall him bringing any luggage?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall seeing anybody with him?
No, I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Why don't we fast forward ahead here for a minute? You said you went, after you dropped Eric Menendez at LaGuardia, you said you returned to the Sheraton Center because of returning a credit card. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you return the credit card?
yes.
Who'd you return it to?
I believe I left it in an envelope at the desk.
In an envelope addressed to whom?
I don't recall. It was for the coach, but I still don't recall his
All right,
name.
but you're leaving the credit card in an envelope for the coach.
Yeah,
And did you ever see the coach give Eric Menendez a credit card that day?
no, I didn't.
Did you see the coach's wife do that?
No, I didn't.
So after some period of time, Eric comes back to the limousine and joins you and the driver.
Yes,
And is he dressed any differently than when you had gone to the U.S. Open and come back from the U.S. Open with him?
I don't recall.
By the way, the hotel room, the coach and his wife's hotel room, how many beds were in that hotel room?
I don't recall.
Was it an individual room or was it a suite?
I believe it was an individual room.
And was it, based on what you saw, did Eric Menendez stay inside that hotel room all night?
I believe he did.
And did you hear or were you offered any explanation for why he didn't have his own room?
No.
Okay, so now at about what time is it that you then leave the hotel for the second time that morning and now to go to the airport?
I think it was about 11, shortly after.
And you think the plane was at noon?
I believe so, yeah. No,
Now, how long does it take, Mr. Valentine, to get from Midtown Manhattan to LaGuardia Airport on a weekday morning?
I couldn't say. It can vary. I believe that's why he took the 59th Street Bridge. The driver, that's his job. And he
You
took
believe
the route that I believe he took the route that he felt was the best.
I believe you took the 59th Street Bridge because by the time you left the hotel that morning, you were running late for this flight. Isn't that true?
That's very possible.
Isn't that your recollection, that there was real concern that Eric was going to miss this flight because he left the hotel so late?
I don't recall it being so late that he was going to miss his flight, but
Do you recall a conversation about it's late, we better get there fast?
no, I don't.
Now you say the driver took the 59th Street Bridge. When you get off the 59th Street Bridge on the Queens side, where are you?
I believe it's Northern Boulevard.
You believe you're on Northern Boulevard?
I believe so. I'm not too familiar with Queens.
Isn't the first stop an area called Long Island City?
Oh, the neighborhood, yes.
The neighborhood's Long
Oh.
Island City, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
It's a Long Island City an upscale neighborhood?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I believe it's industrial neighborhood.
Correct. And are you familiar with any, now when you talked about computer stores, you're talking about stores that sell computers and software and,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
and is it your belief that there are computer stores in Long Island City on Northern Boulevard?
I would think so.
You think so? Was it a computer store on Northern Boulevard in Long Island City that Eric Menendez first stopped at?
I don't recall.
And after you're out of Long Island City on Northern Boulevard, what's the next neighborhood that you're going through to get to LaGuardia Airport?
I have no idea.
Do you know a neighborhood named Astoria in Queens?
Yes. I mean, I've heard of it.
And it's a very low-income neighborhood, is it not?
I really don't know. I'm not familiar with it.
And are you familiar with any computer stores on Northern Boulevard in Astoria in Queens? It's
No.
Astoria.
No.
So where were these computer stores that you say he stopped at, Mr. Valentine?
They were on the route in Manhattan, I believe.
Oh, they were in Manhattan.
Yeah.
What street?
I don't recall.
Well, where are there computer stores in Manhattan?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't recall.
All right, well, what route did the driver take to get from 52nd Street and 7th Avenue to 59th Street and 1st for the bridge?
I don't recall.
Well, what route would you take if you were driving it? You know Manhattan, don't you?
Irrelevant.
Sustain.
He would have to take an east-west street, wouldn't he, to get from 7th Avenue, which is on the west side, to 1st Avenue, which is on the east side, correct?
You have to go travel east, yes.
Yes. And therefore, he'd have to go down one of the streets between 52nd and 59th, correct?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that when traversing this, was it traversing this east-west street? Happened, Mr. Valentine.
Overall, answer?
Pardon me?
Did you understand the question?
No, that's not correct. It did happen.
It did happen, just like you went to the US Open that morning, just like
Yes.
that happened. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you some records now, Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine, you know what this two-page document is?
Yeah, this is the notes from D.B. Kelly regarding my time.
Now, this is written by somebody at D.B. Kelly, not by you, is that correct?
Yes.
And was it based on the notes that you submitted to them?
Yes.
And when was the first time you've ever seen that memo?
This memo,
Yes, that particular one.
I believe that was just yesterday, I believe.
Just yesterday.
Yes.
And when Mr. Zola or Mr. Kuriyama showed it to you?
I really don't recall.
One of them did?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to mark this next in order.
Okay. It'll be 359.
It's a two-page document, and the top says, T.B. Kelly Associates memo. I'll get the label off it soon. Now, do you have any way of remembering, Mr. Valentine, if this memo accurately reflects the information that you provided to D.B. Kelly for this job?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it's inaccurate.
It is.
Uh-huh. Is the $650
I
inaccurate?
believe so. No, I don't recall the exact figure.
Okay, so you don't know if the $650 is accurate, but you know the rest is inaccurate.
Not totally.
It doesn't say anything about going to the U.S. Open.
No, it doesn't.
Wait, let her finish the question for you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It doesn't say anything about you going to the U.S. Open.
No.
Correct?
No, it doesn't.
That's the part that's inaccurate, is that right?
Yes.
Well, do you understand, Mr. Valentine, that the coach and his wife are going to testify here?
Yes, I'll take your word for it.
I want you to take my word for the fact that they're going to testify that they did not go to the U.S. Open with you the morning of the 31st. Okay? Now, would that change your recollection?
Objection. Give your approach, Your Honor.
Well, it is argumentative, so without
I can
the
rephrase
nature
the
of
question.
all right.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Valentine. If the coach's wife, for example, were to testify that she indeed had breakfast with you on the morning of the 31st,
Objection, improper hypothesis.
and that breakfast
Let me hear the
ended,
question.
excuse me?
Let me hear the finish.
And that breakfast ended at 10:45, and that there was no previous trip that morning to the U.S. Open, would that change your recollection?
I can't say. I don't believe it would. This is what I remember. You know.
Okay, so you definitely remember going to the U.S. Open that morning, though it's not reflected in the D.B. Kelly memo, correct?
Yes.
And you definitely remember Lyle Menendez being there, even though we've all heard testimony that he was on an airplane.
All right, that's argumentative at this
Excuse
point.
me, Honor, that's not in front of the jury.
All right, it's argumentative regardless, so objection sustained to the last question.
And if the limousine driver were to come in and testify that there were no stops at computer stores, that doesn't change your memory either. Is that correct?
No.
No, that's not correct?
No, I'm saying it wouldn't change my response.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Oh, I do want to, I do want to approach it more.
Sure. Did you want to mark that?
Yes, I'm going to ask to mark this.
Okay, it'll be 360. What sort of document is that?
This is a log from the A1 Limousine Inc.
Okay,
I'll show you this, Mr.
Your Honor,
Valentine.
your approach on the law.
all right, let's first have it marked, and you may show it to the witness first.
Yes, I'm showing you
Just
this.
show it to him.
This limousine log. First of all, does
Well,
this,
let's let him look at it first.
now, Mr. Valentine, does that appear to be a log for August 31st, 1980?
Yes. Yes.
And does it appear to indicate a pickup of Eric Menendez at the Sheraton Center Hotel?
Yes.
Objection, this is hearsay.
All right, objection sustained, the answer stricken. Did you want to approach? You said you wanted.
Now, Mr. Valentine, you've had an opportunity to look at that log from Avon Woodland Service. Is there anything about that log that makes you want to change any part of your testimony, sir?
No, not that I can see, no.
Let me just ask you then, you get to LaGuardia Airport now at about what time? Do you remember?
I'm not familiar with this form, so
No, the question is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What time did you get to LaGuardia
What time do
Airport?
you remember?
I thought it was around 12.
Okay. And you don't remember the airline, correct?
No, I don't.
All right. And do you get out of the limousine or do you just drop Eric at the curb?
No, I get out.
And what happens after you get out?
He ran into the terminal, and that was it. I stayed outside. You know, he was,
Okay, he just ran into the terminal.
Yeah.
He was late. Is that what you're about to say?
apparently he was in a hurry. Again, I don't recall his flight time exactly.
Now, did the limo driver park the limo, or did he just double park, engine running, what?
I think there was space at the curb.
Did he get out of the car, or did he remain in the car?
I don't recall.
But all you recall is seeing Eric run into the terminal.
Well, I followed him out of the car, and
Right.
I just stayed outside because he just kept going.
Okay, and he ran into the terminal by himself, or did the limo driver run in with him?
No, he went by himself.
And that's the last you saw of him?
Yes.
And do you know what airline service LaGuardia?
All the airlines?
Or do you know which ones have terminals there?
Not.
Do you know if Delta has a terminal
I
there?
really can't say.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. You want to do that, or
How long do you think it'll be?
it'd probably be about 10, 15 minutes.
All right, let's take a recess since we've been going for almost an hour and a half here. And we'll resume at 20 minutes to the hour, ladies and gentlemen, 20 minutes to, don't discuss the matter with anyone. And we'll see you back here at 20 minutes to. And we're now ready to proceed. We have the blue jury in the jury box. The parties have completed the examination of the witness who was on the witness stand before the break. So we'll go on with our next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Carol Black.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give this cause not permitted before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God. I do. Please take the stand and state your name for the record.
Carol Jean Black, B-L-A-C-K.
The procedure.
All right, yes.
Ms. Black, by whom are you employed?
U.S. Air.
And how long have you been so employed?
15 years airline, but previously PSA.
What is your position with US Air?
Corporate security representative.
What are your duties as the representative?
Your Honor, I would stipulate she can testify of the substance of what she's been called for without having to recite the duties.
Okay,
All right.
that's fine. May I approach with Exhibit 292, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Black, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 292. It's comprised of 3 pages. Could you take a look at that document?
I have.
Okay, and with respect to page 2 of this document, what does this document indicate to you?
This is a U.S. Air ticket.
Okay, and what information does that ticket give to you?
This particular,
You may ask the question.
this ticket was issued by U.S. Air on August 31st, 1989 at the LaGuardia Airport Ticket Office by U.S. Air. It was issued in the ticket name of first initial E, last name is Menendez.
Does it give flight information?
Yes, it does. It indicates that this was for travel on August 31st, 1989, from New York LaGuardia Airport to Los Angeles.
And does it give a departure time from LaGuardia?
Yes, it does. It's 12:15 p.m.
And which flight number was that?
That was flight 61.
And was that a one-way ticket?
Yes, it is.
And was it first class?
Yes, it is.
And does it indicate the seat number assigned to Eric or E. Menendez?
Seat 2F.
Does that particular ticket indicate that that ticket was used?
No.
Is there another page of
Well,
that document?
let me correct that. It is stamped that it's used.
Okay.
And the stamp used is applied to the ticket at the point it's presented at the boarding gate area.
When someone uses a ticket, that's when it's stamped.
Yes, that's correct.
And that, in fact, has the stamp.
Yes, it does.
Does it have the seat assigned to E. Menendez?
Yes, it does.
What seat was that?
That was 2F.
Does it show the mode of payment?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
It was an American Express credit card.
And where is that indicated? Is there some kind of a letter system that indicates the mode of payment?
In the center of the ticket, and it has the letters FP, which is the form of payment. That's followed by AX, which is American Express credit card. The credit card number follows, and it indicates that credit card had an expiration date of 4/90.
Okay. Is there any other information that this indicates on this ticket?
As to,
anything that may be relevant as to departure time or arrival time at the other destination? Anything of that nature?
no,
Do you know what the air time is for a flight from LaGuardia to LAX, approximately?
Well, I'm going to admit, Your Honor, unless it's the time of this particular flight, it's very.
Right. Well, first of all, just generally, do you know the flight time? Yes or no?
it would be approximately,
Yes or no? You do or do not know?
I couldn't say positively, but I could give you an estimated time.
What is that estimate?
Approximately 4 hours, 4.5 hours.
Okay, the third page of that document. What is that?
This is the actual ticket use documented by US Air at the point it's received in our accounting department.
And is the information that's gotten off of the page 2, is that then somehow incorporated into that document, page 3?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And page 3, there seems to be a star by one of the entries on page 3. What does that indicate?
That indicates that that's where the ticket number is located that matches the ticket number in the name of E. Menendez.
And what does this entry with the star next to it indicate?
It indicates that this particular ticket was issued by US Air on 8/31 of 89, and that it traveled on 8/31 of 89 on US Air Flight 61.
Does it show that there was only one ticket purchased under that ticket number?
That's correct. This is indicating that it only had one ticket coupon, which would have been for that segment of travel from New York to Los Angeles.
Okay, thank you. No further questions at this time.
All right, cross-examination.
Ms. Black, US Air does not have a requirement that when you present a ticket at a boarding gate, you have to show ID. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your indication is when the ticket is presented at the boarding gate, it's stamped used at that point.
Yes.
Did you determine whether or not Flight 61 actually left on time on August 31st?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, before coming to court to testify, did you determine whether or not Flight 61 left on time on August 31st, 1989?
No, I did not.
Now, what would happen if hypothetically someone presented a ticket for a flight and the flight got canceled subsequent to that?
What would occur to the ticket?
Yes.
It would remain in the possession of the individual that presented it.
So it would be returned.
That's correct.
And then could it be used on another flight?
Depending on the type of fare basis it was issued under.
First class ticket could be used on another
Yes, it
flight.
could.
And what would happen if it had already been stamped used as you've described?
The procedure on that would be for the agent to actually scratch that out and sign the ticket.
So that's what they're,
indicating- Yes,
that's what they're supposed to do.
yes.
Now, have you been able to fly from LaGuardia Airport to LAX in 4.5 hours?
I was judging that time period from the last time I had traveled back to New York.
Okay, but sometimes it takes longer to go one way than the other, does it not?
It takes longer to travel from the East Coast to the West Coast, that's true.
Right.
Approximately 15 to a half hour longer.
And then there are things like gate holds, waiting on the aircraft. So you can't really say from a given departure to, first of all, you can't say this plane took off at 12:15, correct?
On this particular flight, I would have to research what time it actually departed from the gate and arrived at the destination.
Is this a nonstop flight?
I don't know.
So this is a flight that could have had a stop somewhere.
That's correct.
And those stops can eat up an hour or two, can they not?
Normal, anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes.
But you don't know the route of this flight. Is that correct?
No, that's correct. I don't.
Does US Air fly out of Newark Airport?
Yes,
Do you know if US Air has flights to Los Angeles from Newark Airport?
I don't know.
I have nothing further.
This is one question. Ms. Black, would a flight leave before the time that's printed on a ticket? For example, 12:15, would you leave at 12 and,
No,
okay. So if it were, it'd be that time or later?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused. If I could just see counsel at the sidebar for a moment. Regarding a piece of evidence, if they do, then we don't have to have a witness testify, and I want to make that or have that decided now so we can decide whether we need the gold jury in this morning. They're next door waiting, and it's possible that they won't have to be in the courtroom at all this morning, so I want to find out. All right, has that matter been resolved? Okay, then, as far as that, rather than have the gold jury come in now, we'll excuse them for the balance of the morning and proceed with your next witness. All right, you may call your next witness.
My name is Antoinette Josephine Browers Loden. ANTOINETTE. Josephine JOSEPHINE. Browers, B as in boy, R. OUWERS. Loden, LODEN.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what is your occupation,
I work for Bella Patrol as a Staff Sergeant Watch Commander.
and how long have you been employed by Bel Air Patrol?
A total of 7 years.
What is the nature of that business?
We are a total security company. We mostly respond to alarms, and we also do guarded communities and guarded contracts.
And what is a guarded contract?
The company is called for parties and anything that has to do where they want armed officers on property to protect property.
In August of 1989, what was your rank and what was your duties?
I was a sergeant in '89, and I was a field training officer in charge of the program.
In late August and early September of 1989, were you assigned to guard
the residence of the location at 722 North Elm in the city of Beverly Hills?
Yes,
The Menendez home?
correct.
Do you see anyone in the courtroom today that you saw at that home?
Yes, I do.
Who do you see?
Eric.
Do you recall by looking at the log of the officers at that residence when you worked?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this one. I don't think we have that as a marked as evidence or identifying.
Well, I don't know if anybody wants to mark this.
And I would object to the former question referring to stop the system.
Has she been shown this in some fashion?
Yes, she has.
Your question was what? What is your question?
Do you now know when you worked at that residence?
I was on property 5 times.
And do you recall the shifts that you worked?
I believe it was offhand, possibly 2 graves, 1 or 2 days, and 2 mid shifts.
And would you describe for the juries what the graveyard shifts are and what the days and mids
Day
are?
watch can be from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. PM or mid shift would be from 4 p.m. to midnight, and graveyards would be from midnight to 8 a.m.
Do you recall which dates you worked the midnight to 8 a.m. shifts?
By memory, no.
Have you taken a look at the log to refresh your recollection?
I have them listed.
Okay. You have listed the days that you worked?
Right, just what from the schedules I've seen.
Okay. Would you pull out the list?
I take it the witnesses to look at the list of confession.
Yes, would it refresh your present memory or recollection to take a look at the list?
Yes, since it was 4 years ago, it's
Okay. Why don't you do that?
Could I approach to see the list?
Yes, before you answer the question, why don't you know what you got there?
it's just this has nothing to do with it.
Which days did you work at 722 North Elm and which hours?
On 8/28, I worked from 4 to 12. On 9/1,
Okay, that's 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
to
to
midnight.
midnight. On 9/1, I worked the graveyard shift. That was from midnight to 8 a.m. But the way we work it on schedule, midnight would be 9/2. 9, September 2nd.
Okay, so you worked midnight, that is 9/1, and then you got off that next day,
At 8 a.m.
8 a.m. on 9/2.
Correct. On September 7th, I worked from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
The 7th or 2nd?
7th. On September 11th, I worked from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And from September 13th, I worked from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
On any of those days, did you see Eric Menendez in the presence of another male Caucasian?
Yes.
And on any of those days, did you see the two of them in any bed clothing or pajama type clothing?
There was a morning where we had to advise any of the family members that were on property before, if a phone rang and they weren't able to get it, anything, we were to advise them. At one point, he was in his room. I went up the stairs, knocked on the door, and I don't remember exactly what I had to tell him. But he and another individual did walk out, and it appeared to be, and like a robe, kind of.
When you say individual, was it a male individual?
Yes.
Did they both come out of Eric Menendez's bedroom?
Eric came out first to see what I needed.
And did then another
As soon
male-
as I walked down, there was another individual.
and did they both seem to have bed clothing on?
I'm gonna object to reading, Your Honor. You know, it's on the inside, that sheets.
Yes, why don't you clarify what it is that you mean?
It was like a robe type.
Okay, did Eric Menendez have a robe on?
Yes.
Did this other man have a robe on?
A type, yes.
Could you just generally describe the other man?
A male white, 5'11" to 6 foot, 190 pounds, dark hair.
Did it appear that the young man had spent the night at the
I'm
house?
gonna object, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Is this Dave?
I came out at midnight.
There's,
Okay.
no answer.
Okay.
The answer is correct.
Do you recall which shift you were on when you made this observation?
It was the end of my midnight shift. So it would have been September 2nd, before 8 o'clock.
So you came on duty on September 1st at midnight. You got off at 8 a.m. on September 2nd.
It would have been midnight, September 2nd to 8 a.m., September 2nd.
Okay. Would you take a look at your records again?
I want to say the 1st,
I'm sorry.
September 1st at, let's say, 11:59 is when I was on property. I
Okay.
got off September 2nd at 8 a.m.
Okay. So was it that night or
It was the
that
morning.
early morning
Correct.
that you made this observation?
Correct.
During that whole shift that you were on, had you seen this other man in the robe that was with Eric Menendez?
No.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what time it was that you went up to the bedroom of Eric Menendez to notify him of what you have indicated to the jury?
No. It would have to be before 8 o'clock.
Did they appear to be? Did you arouse them from a
Your
sleep?
Honor, I'm gonna object to this. It's calling for speculation.
I'm sorry?
Calling for speculation. She said she knocked on the door and Eric answered. How does she know if she aroused him from sleep?
All right, objection sustained. Yes. There is no answer. Next question.
Did they have sleep in their eyes or anything like
Your
that?
Honor, I'm gonna object to calling for dreams in their hearts.
Okay. Did they have their hair messed up? Like when you sleep on a bed, your hair might be flat or whatever?
All right, why don't you ask it without characterizing?
Okay. Do you recall making any particular observations about either Eric Menendez or his male friend?
I'm gonna object before the question. Mr. Freeman doesn't know if it was a friend or a relative or not.
All right, it's also vague as to observations. Rephrase the question.
Approximately how old was this other young man?
I wasn't really focusing on him. My main concern was Eric. We were contracted to protect him and the home. So I wasn't really focusing on him.
Okay, he had indicated he was about 5'11" to 6 feet tall.
Right.
Your Honor, asking.
Overall,
Is that correct?
Yes.
And approximately how much did he weigh?
Asking answer.
if it has been, I'll let the witness answer.
180, 190.
And what color hair was it?
It was dark, just a dark color.
Well, was it an old man? A
No.
young man?
I can't say anywhere between the ages of late teens and mid 20s. I mean, I wasn't really focused on him.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Cross examination.
Miss, I take it you're recently married, and that's why
Yes.
your name has changed. So I've got to learn your new name. Just a minute, Miss Loden, Mrs. Loden.
Thank you.
Did you keep a log of people that you observed in this house during the 5 occasions that you were on property, as you call it?
When we were briefed on how to work this project, we were advised not to.
So is that no?
That's correct.
Did you write down anywhere the description of this person that you claim you saw at the house on the morning of September 2nd?
No.
And you say that you got to the house for the midnight shift, and ordinarily would you get there a few minutes before your shift changes?
Correct, for change of watch briefing.
Exactly. And in the change of watch briefing, wasn't it your standard practice, particularly as a training sergeant, to ask the person you're relieving if there's anyone in the house?
None of that information was given to me, no.
I didn't ask you if it was given to you. I asked you, wasn't that
I
your
did not.
standard practice?
Yes, why don't you rephrase it?
Wasn't that your standard practice?
I did not ask.
No, my question is, was that your standard practice?
Why don't you back up and what was it that you asked?
Was it your standard practice when you got on duty to have a briefing from the guard you're relieving and ask them, for example, what's happening, who's in the house?
Not who's in the house, because obviously if Eric or any other family member had any problems with who was in the house, they wouldn't have let him in the house in the first place.
I don't think you're understanding me. You get to this house. Now, Eric wasn't living there every day that you were there. Is that
That's correct.
So when you get to this house and you're relieving another guard, wouldn't you want to know if the people that you're supposed to protect are there?
Objection argumentative.
Overall.
Eric, for
Eric,
example.
yes, they did advise me Eric was in the house.
Well, my question was, wasn't it your standard practice to ask?
Not standard practice. We treat every contract differently.
We were talking about this particular.
With respect to this particular job, was it your standard practice to ask when you got there, who's in the house?
If the family was home, they would advise that the family was home. If not, then they would advise that no one was in the home.
Now, you're now testifying that when you got to that location on September 1st, you asked the guard you were relieving and was told Eric was in the house.
They
Correct.
advised us who was in the home,
Yes, what were you told?
that one of the family members was home.
Yes, and what about anybody else?
I was not advised.
When is the first time that you spoke to the police about these supposed observations of yours on September 1st, September 2nd?
Sustained to the form of the question.
When was the first time that you talked to anybody affiliated with the prosecution about these observations of yours of September 1st and 2nd?
I was given a briefing from an investigative individual about, I guess, approximately 6 months ago.
A briefing?
then- Some investigator came to our office and questioned all the officers that were on property.
Was it your understanding that was someone from the prosecution, or was that someone from the defense?
I do not remember.
On September 7th, 1993, were you interviewed?
I don't remember that day.
Do you know who the gentleman is who's sitting at the end of the table?
I do.
Who is he?
Detective Zoller.
And did he ever interview you?
Yes.
And what month did he interview you in?
Possibly October. I don't remember.
What day is it today?
19th of November.
And October was a month ago?
Correct.
And you can't remember between now and a month ago when you were interviewed by Detective Zoller, is that true?
I went on vacation on October 9th and on. From what I've done from then and come back from vacation, I don't remember exactly when I was spoken to.
Do you remember the month when you were spoken to by Detective Zoller?
Possibly early October.
So possibly means you don't remember, you're guessing, is that right?
Exactly. I don't remember the exact date.
But you do remember that on exactly September 2nd, in the early morning hours, you saw this other man at Eric's house. Is that right?
I'm saying I was on shift at that time.
No, my question is, are you saying you do
Allow the witness to
remember?
answer the question.
All right, yeah, she did. Did you finish your answer? or-
No.
Okay, why don't you finish your answer?
I do remember being on shift at that time by looking at the schedules. I do remember a morning of answering or going up to Eric's room, knocking on the door. But I cannot say exactly what day it was, but I do remember the morning that I did go to that door.
Okay, so you remember there was a morning when you went to the door, correct?
Correct.
But you can't really remember if it was the morning after a graveyard shift or if it was one of the other 2 mornings, 3 mornings when you got there at 8 a.m. Isn't that true?
All I know is that I was on shift at that time and it was a morning.
Well, if you could answer my question, are you saying you can't say it was the night you worked graveyard, only that it was a day when you were there in the morning?
Correct.
So you don't know if it was September 2nd.
Well,
Can you answer my question? Do you know if in fact it was September 2nd? That's the question.
No,
And in fact, when you spoke to Detective Zoller, which was, by the way, on September 7th, 1993, you told him you didn't remember what day it was that you saw a male friend at the house. Isn't that right?
I don't remember my schedule.
Do you remember what you told Detective Zoller on September 7th, 1993?
I don't remember his questions. I answered whatever was asked of me.
Do you remember telling him that you did not remember the day upon which you saw a friend of Eric's at the house?
Objection, I misstate the report.
Overruled. Do you understand the question?
Repeat it, please.
All right, why don't you rephrase the question?
Do you remember telling Detective Zoller on September 7th that you did not remember the day that you saw the male friend of Eric's at the
That's
house?
correct, until I saw my schedules.
So you're saying you didn't see your schedule before you spoke to the detective on September 2nd? On September 7th?
I haven't seen the schedule since 4 years ago.
But he has the schedule, didn't he have the schedule?
Not at the time.
Argumentative.
Overruled. The answer will stand.
So you're saying when you were interviewed by Detective Zoller in September, you didn't see the schedule?
No,
And that's why you didn't know what day it was?
correct.
But you still don't know what day it is, right?
I cannot tell you, but I know it's the morning before I got off work.
Now let's talk about the investigator who came to your office. That was a woman, was it not?
Correct.
Her name was Cynthia Erdely, correct?
I don't remember.
She worked for the defense, isn't that right?
I don't know.
And she interviewed you in March 1993, isn't that right?
I don't know.
So you don't know when you were interviewed by the defense investigator this year, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember telling Miss Erdely, the defense investigator in March, that you remembered a friend of Eric's being there on the morning of September 7th, 1989?
I cannot tell her exactly what date if she.
My question is, did you?
I do not
tell-
remember.
Do you remember telling her that the friend of Eric's that you saw was wearing jeans and a T-shirt?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling Miss Erdely that and by the way, when she was at Bel Air Patrol interviewing you, she had the logs, didn't she?
I don't remember if she had the logs.
Do you remember telling Miss Erdely that when you worked the graveyard shift on Friday, starting on September 1st, there was no one in the house?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling her that at the beginning of your shift, you were advised by the preceding guard that there was no family member in the house?
I don't remember that.
Nothing further. Tom.
Any redirect?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you remember talking to Detective Zoller? And you believed it was October and council's indicated it was September 7th
Well,
this
counsel,
year.
will you stipulate it was September 7th, 1993?
All right, let's not ask for stipulations in that fashion.
Ma'am, do you remember telling Detective Zoller that the time that you saw this man with Eric, that it was probably the night that you spent there on the graveyard shift as you saw him early the following morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you remember telling Detective Zoller that?
I remember that I did not see this individual come onto the property, but I do remember seeing him in the morning.
And you indicated to Detective Zoller that you thought it was probably the night you worked on the graveyard shift,
Correct.
and it was early the next morning that you
Correct.
made the observations. Thank you.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. And any further witnesses this morning?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, there are some matters that council wanted to discuss with the court, so we'll excuse the jury until 1:30. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about the case. We'll see you all back here at 1:30.
Does the court want to do the jury review at all today? The motion for the jury review?
Well, let's deal first with the next witness or two so that when we have the jurors come back at 1:30, we're ready to go.
All right, if the court can give you the court's copy of the June statement, I will highlight it right in this time.
Not that one. don't have to find it again. I thought you were just using this last one.
No, and the,
All right. As far as counsel for Lyle Menendez, did you have objections to the testimony of the witness Farrell? Or is it just Eric Menendez? Both.
We had 4 areas which we've worked out with the prosecution. Yeah, I know.
All right. In regards then to the proposed testimony of Karen Farrell, were there any disputes or areas that counsel objected to?
Yes, Your Honor, on page 2 of the report date June 8th, 93, the segment, the last paragraph where it said, when it came to her boys, Kitty was very forgiving. That's a conclusion, speculation by the witness, and I don't know what doors that would open. So we're objecting to that.
Anything else?
Yes, on the second report of October 25th, 1993, we're objecting as hearsay. Well, first of all, we're objecting his conclusion that Kitty appeared to be disappointed since this is a telephone call. And then I'm objecting to what the witness told Kitty. She informed Kitty, blah, blah, blah. That's hearsay.
That she,
Being a witness, said something to Kitty. I think that's hearsay, because there's no response.
all right, regarding the October 27th report, did the defendant, Lyle Menendez, want to add anything to any objections, or do you join in those objections?
We'll join those objections.
All right, did the people wish to respond?
Yes, Your Honor, I think that Mrs. Menendez's state of mind on the 20th of August of 1989 is important to this case. And I think that reflective of that, we have testimony about the incidences between the 15th and the 20th of August. Here's a woman who spoke to Kitty Menendez the day before her murder, in which Kitty Menendez asked her to come over. I think that it shows Kitty Menendez's state of mind at or near the time of her death. As to the tone of voice, I believe yesterday that Dr. Burgess testified about Eric Menendez's tone of voice on the tape. Seems to, and also, and that was in front of the Lyle Menendez jury. If Dr. Burgess can do it, I certainly think that Mrs. Farrell, who was friends with Mrs. Menendez, would be able to tell a disappointed versus an eager versus a monotone tone of voice, and that she should be allowed to so testify.
So this evidence is offered as to the state of mind of Mrs. Menendez at the time this conversation occurred?
Yes.
Your Honor, we weren't object, we understood that's what the offer was.
Yeah.
I'm just objecting to that phrase, she appeared to be the real, because she can describe what she heard, but that's a conclusion by the witness. And it's hard to form that conclusion, I suppose, on the phone unless by the content of what's said.
Well, we'll perhaps have to hear what she says, and just the phrase as it appears on the report would appear to be a conclusion, but depending on how she testifies, what she says she heard, and how it's fleshed out, it might be a permissible opinion. I just can't rule on it at this point. As far as the balance of it, that the statement was made by the witness to Mrs. Menendez and there was no response, the fact there was no response would be reflective of her state of mind as well, that she didn't say, no, don't come. So to that extent, it is admissible as well. So the objection is overruled as to that. As far as the mother's reaction to the defendants and the objection on page 2, what is the people's position regarding that? The mother was very forgiving. Does sound like a rather broad conclusion.
Yes, Your Honor, I think it is very broad, and I'll have to talk to the witness and ask her to give me some instances. I'll have to talk to her at lunch. I didn't get a chance to talk to her this morning. But the nature of what I'm trying to convey is that Mrs. Menendez was had that attitude towards her children.
You're on a root objection unless you have examples.
Well, I think some of the examples are gonna be things the defense doesn't want in, which is like Lyle Menendez getting kicked out of Princeton for cheating. I would think that that would be an instance that would be very demonstrative of her attitude towards her children. And yet I'm sure that the Lyle Menendez jury doesn't want that as an example, so.
Well, the jury, we don't know what the jury wants to know, but it's already been introduced
Right.
in front of the Lyle Menendez jury. So that is not, I don't know what the defendant's position is in regards to that, but perhaps you can discuss it with counsel as far as what specific incidents you intend to bring out so that they have some notice of the specific events that you want to use as a basis for this witness's opinion. So if you can do it now, you could do that, or if you have to speak with the witness first before you're able to do it, then that's how you have to
I'd
proceed.
like to speak with the witness first, and as to the other matters, are there, I don't think, is that the end of the objection?
That was it.
It's very little in here.
That was the only objection they
All
made,
right,
so.
I'll have to talk to her, when I interview her at lunch. She is here, and then I will inform counsel, and then if there's a problem, we'll notify the court.
We would request to be present during the interview of this witness, since this witness on 4 times refused to be interviewed by the defense, even after saying she would be, and having our investigator travel to other counties and then getting the door slammed in her face. So we are requesting access to this witness.
Well, that's up to the witness as to how she wants to proceed, and if she doesn't want to cooperate, obviously that's something you can bring out. I can't compel her to be a participant in an interview with anyone. As far as the next witness, have you been able to go through that report?
There's quite a few of them, and what I would like with respect to that witness that would make things easier is if we could have an offer of proof from the people as to what they're actually seeking to elicit from that witness, because I think it's a little different than what they actually told us yesterday. This examiner told me something a little more expansive today, and that's Marcy Eisenberg.
All right, are you in a position to make an offer of proof, or would you
No.
prefer to do it by just conferring with counsel, letting them know what it is, and if there's a
I'm not-
dispute?
I'm not in a position right now to make an offer of proof, Your Honor. I didn't even know she was here until I came before this one. So I'm gonna need to, the offer of proof was very brief. And the 3 areas I wanted to go into is that she worked for Jose Menendez for a period of time, as his secretary of live entertainment, that he, treated her well. We've had testimony from Roger Smith to the contrary. I wanted to testify that on August the 18th of 1989, the last day she saw Mr. Menendez, he was in a very good mood at work. And I'm going to have her testify that after the homicide, that she had a conversation with Lyle Menendez in which he told her during the time of the crime he was in the guest house in the shower.
We have an objection to that last part of the offer of proof as improper rebuttal. As the court will recall, that specific statement was offered by the people in their motion in limine on a consciousness of guilt theory. The court ruled it admissible, and the people held it back. And I think it's improper for them to be offering that statement at this point in the proceedings under the Thompson case that we cited in the court. And I also think it should be excluded under 352. That had more than ample opportunity to put before the jury false statements made by Lyle Menendez. Lyle Menendez did not dispute that he did make false statements. The circumstances under which this statement was made get us into collateral issues as to its reliability, because when police first interviewed Ms. Eisenberg, she said nothing at all about the making of this statement. Then there was intervention by an investigator working for Live, and lo and behold, after that interview, she calls the police in December of 1989 and first mentions this conversation. So it's really not extremely probative given the amount of testimony concerning false statements that the jury already has in front of it. And I think 352 should be excluded, or I think more importantly, improper rebuttal.
All right, well, yes.
I would make an offer that Lyle Menendez testified, and Dr. Burgess also, Lyle Menendez testified as to his activities after the homicide. Dr. Burgess testified that there would have been a lot of blood on the people who committed the crime. It is the people's theory that after the homicide that a shower was taken by Lyle Menendez, and this particular statement shows the taking of that shower. So in light of his testimony in trial, it is now impeaching on that point, and would add further time to the 67-minute period, which is now in dispute.
he still should be confronted with that at the time of his testimony. Moreover, Ms. Eisenberg makes it very clear when she describes this to police that he said he was taking a shower during the shootings, not after. Because he says, I was in the shower, I can't believe I didn't hear it, or didn't hear anything. So it's clearly a statement, it doesn't need to do with taking a shower after the shootings.
This would also corroborate the testimony of Judelon Smith, wherein they were prior, well, I'm trying to say it was straight face, but there was a prior statement that was admitted that she made under oath about them taking a shower. And after the homicides, I believe I impeached her with it during her cross-examination. And so this would show further activity during the 67-minute period. And he's not been excused from the proceedings, so the rules of impeachment, I haven't violated the rules of impeachment. He's still present at this hearing.
I would just point out that I brought that statement, I think, from Judelon Smith, and she admitted that that was one area in her statement where she was purely speculating, and she says she's speculating at the time. Well, I guess they must have done that because it must have been awfully bloody and on and on. So I don't see how this statement by Ms. Eisenberg corroborates Judelon Smith, who admits she was speculating.
The statement on its face says I was in the shower at the time of the
shooting.
homicide.
Yeah.
Is she offering that to prove that in fact he was in the shower at the time the killing took place? Clearly not. This is offered on consciousness of guilt. That was a theory which was advanced before they began their testimony. The court ruled that testimony admissible. We then put Lyle Menendez on and did not confront him with a statement because people didn't present it. It puts us at an unfair advantage on a particular statement that should have been offered in people's case.
Your Honor, my recollection is that I did confront him with the notion that he had taken a shower after the homicides. He was asked that in cross-examination. And the officers testified that when they went to the house, the door to the guest house, and all the lights were on inside. And it's the people's theory that after the homicide, the defendant took a shower and that he was talking about a real event. He's just not timing it correctly. And that is an extra factor which occurred during the 67-minute period, which the people alleged couldn't have occurred.
Well, it's certainly a prior inconsistent statement. It's inconsistent with his testimony in the trial, regardless of the other objections that have been articulated here. It's rather limited in scope. The concern the court would have is the collateral attack on the witness and the nature of the proof that the people would have as to reliability of the statement as far as her reliability. I don't know her. I've never been made privy to all of the reports that have been generated in regards to that, but I would just suggest that counsel review it to ascertain whether or not the nature of the attack on the witness and her credibility would be worth the offer of proof that you're making here as to what you want to accomplish.
Well, Your Honor, I think that she's going to be attacked anyway. The minute we put her on the witness stand, she's going to be attacked because she's going to be sick. Ms. Abramson indicated to me at sidebar just now that if I put her on to say that Jose Menendez was a good person, that the cross-examination will be rather lengthy, regardless of what she's going to say about Lyle Menendez.
And I think she's going to be attacked. It's just that there's lots of examples to counter that opinion with is the problem.
The nature of the attack will be different if the court rules this admissible because it would require testimony from Detective Zoller as to when he took a statement in early August. It would require testimony from Michael Weber, who is an investigator working for the Palladino investigative firm who took a statement from her in December. And so at least two witnesses would have to be called, as well as extensive cross-examination of her on an issue that the people have already proved up, which is that he made false statements, inconsistent statements. They proved that in numerous different ways, and Lyle Menendez admitted to making false statements.
Was she questioned specifically about any statements that were made by the defendant during these earlier interviews?
Well, the interview in August, my impression from reading Detective Zoller's report was she was being questioned about any information she may have at that point concerning background information on Mr. Menendez's business practices, as well as her knowledge of the family.
Not only that, she told Detective Zoller during that interview, I'm looking at the right one, that, this is September interview, yeah, the August interview, that she received information from Kitty Menendez that Kitty had been on the phone all night with Lyle and that it was Miss Eisenberg's impression that there was some type of family problem. So the questioning of her was not just about Mr. Menendez's business connections, but it was also focused on the family and on the sons. And I would just like to say one thing about this particular offer of proof, which is something the people are trying to use in the court, of course, is analyzing it from an evidentiary standpoint as a prior and consistent statement, but that's not what they want to use the evidence for. They want to use the evidence not that it shows that Lyle Menendez made a prior and consistent statement, but that he in fact took a shower. Now,
I heard that.
We have to have some reality check here. Do they really believe? Is it a plausible theory they're really going to get up and argue that after firing off these shotguns in this house in Beverly Hills where all the neighbors heard it, that they stick around long enough to take a shower? I mean, are they really going to argue that?
Well, that's up to the parties as to how they want to present their argument. That's not for the court to decide.
They don't want to use the evidence for the purpose for which the evidence code, apart from all these other problems with it, might permit it. And so I think the court should analyze it from the standpoint of what they want to do with the evidence and when they should have done it. They thought this was some kind of incriminating statement of his, indicating his behavior after the homicide, and it certainly belonged in the case of Jim.
Well, the argument that's made by the defense, and this is really one that relates to the defendant, Lyle Menendez, and his position that this should have all been brought out during the people's case in chief. It's a rather limited statement. It's not a confession or an admission. It's just a prior inconsistent statement. So it hardly rises to the level of type of evidence that can be characterized as sandbagging, or it should have been brought out during people's case in chief, or not at all.
Except for one exception, Your Honor, this is a particular statement that the people themselves recognize and fought to have admitted in their case in chief. So how is it justified that they're now saying it's proper rebuttal when they themselves offered it up and we spent time litigating the issue and the court ruled it admissible? It is pure sandbagging because they themselves offered this specific statement.
What is this to recall Lyle Menendez deal with it? We would object to any of this coming in front of our jury because we're not going to recall Lyle Menendez.
That is a separate issue that can be discussed. But getting back to my observation that if this is something that people pursue, it does bring out and potentially impeachment of the witness regarding other interviews and things of that sort, and potentially can create more problems than are anticipated just from the bare offer of proof here. So I think the prosecution should consider that aspect of it as well. And since there is still some ambiguity as to the specifics of what you're going to offer of her testimony, we'll let you interview her today too and flesh out what it is that you want to bring out in that regard, and discuss this matter again this afternoon if the people still want to pursue it. But the first witness will testify as Mrs. Farrell, is that correct?
No, Your Honor. The court has indicated that you want more witnesses. We're going to call Mr. Bartek. Mr. Bartek was the pool man for the Menendez family. I think he should, I don't know if there's any objection to him. Is there?
No.
And Mr. Walker would be the next witness. They should be rather brief. Mr. Walker.
Who is he? Who is he?
Grant Walker was the spa man, who the pool man referred to the Menendez.
Okay.
From August 17th.
And is there any objection to that?
No.
Okay,
Right,
so
those will be
those
the first
two,
two.
and then Farrell after that?
Yes,
And then
Eisenberg.
Eisenberg, so you can interview Mrs. Farrell and Mrs. Eisenberg and
At lunch.
make a determination as to exactly what you want to bring out, and
That is correct.
especially Eisenberg's testimony.
Yes.
Okay, all right, we'll resume at 1:30, and I would ask that council be in a position also this afternoon to give the court some insight as far as how much longer you expect. I know you just started, but how much longer you expect the people's rebuttal case to take, time-wise, number of witnesses, and go over the witness list with the defense so that we have some realistic estimates here of the duration of the people's rebuttal, and then perhaps we can get a response from the defense as far as rebuttal.
Your Honor, what I may decide to do is save Mrs. Eisenberg for next week, but the thing that has to be done before the end of today, we have to have a ruling on Mr. Renda and Gil Small,
Be glad to do that.
because they're out of town.
Okay, we'll do that this afternoon. And any other Well, let me just follow through on what I suggested, that you discuss with the defense which witnesses you expect to call and get an estimate from them as to how long you think each witness will take.
Right.
And then also perhaps we get an idea from the defense as far as a rebuttal or surrebuttal, so we have an idea.
We're gonna ask for discovery. We've been rather diligent about making discovery on rebuttal, and, I've been told surrebuttal will take approximately 5 days. And if they know that already, I would think they know approximately who they're going to call.
Your Honor, our position is that under 115, people are not entitled to surrebuttal discovery, or else the discovery rules are not constitutionally reciprocal.
All right, well, number one, is that correct that you've already told the prosecution that you have 5 days of surrebuttal?
Well, I didn't make that up. Yeah, I know you said that. You said it would be 5 days of surrebuttal.
Well, I was just giving a vague estimate. I really haven't sat down and counted. I know I've made some of the witnesses known to them. I'm going to call Dr. Bickford. I may call Dr. Maloney. I'm certainly calling the limousine driver from New York, and probably a limousine driver from Princeton as well, unless the people particularly like to be records of that one, which I'm just looking at now, not going. I have to call my investigator back to impeach the previous witness. There's potential here depending on what other people say. A lot depends on what Brian Anderson testifies to Monday. There's a very strong likelihood, based on the offer of proof we've been given, that John Vandermolen will be called back, that Pat Anderson will be called back, that a variety of Menendez cousins will be called in response to this testimony.
Your Honor, did I give the court the notes that I made of my interview with Brian Anderson? They're all in lowercase?
No.
Okay, I'll do that now, so the court can be aware, at least preliminarily, what the information is.
Okay.
We also have a discovery violation objection to part of Brian Anderson's testimony, but we'll wait until we know exactly which people are going to offer to make that.
Well, could I know the nature of the discovery violation allegation, so we can,
Well, very simply speaking, he was on the prosecution's witness list for many months. They received information from him about a month and a half ago concerning some observation he supposedly made at the tennis match. They did not give us discovery of that information. They allowed us to put on 2 witnesses to testify about that tennis match, not knowing the material that Mr. Anderson had given the people. And they seem to be using, in Ms. Bogdanich's note, she seems to be alibying her lack of discovery by claiming the decision had not been finally made to call the witness at that time. But intends to call when he's already on the witness list, does not allow him to wait for the last minute after the defense has put on its own defense of that very same item, and then give us discovery that they've had all along. So without getting too elaborate at this point, we're going to object to any testimony by Brian Anderson of anything that happened to Kalamazoo.
Okay, without getting too worked up.
Not getting too worked up.
All right, we'll deal with that then.
I'm sure Mr. Anderson will provide the court testimony about the nature of that.
All right. Okay, but regardless of that, it seems to me that counsel have an obligation to provide the court with more accurate information regarding the time estimates in this case. We have, throughout the trial, received time estimates that have been totally unreliable as far as how long witnesses would take, how long the particular portion of a case would take, and this case has taken much longer than the estimates provided by counsel to the court, and which were the basis of what the court told the jurors. And at this point, counsel have an obligation, regardless of discovery or anything else, to provide the court with accurate information so that the jurors can be provided with accurate information, as well as the court being in a position to evaluate the admissibility of this evidence as far as what is and what is not going to be admissible. We can't just sit here forever with people deciding, well, I'll call another witness. I'll just put on another one. We have to have some end to it. So I want to have some realistic appraisal as to how long it's going to take and who it is that's going to be called on both sides.
I
Yes.
think that we may be able to finish Wednesday with the rebuttal. But I have evidently there are mounds of things to impeach Brian Anderson with that the defense has hinted at, and so I can't give the court an estimate. Mr. Anderson has been extremely reluctant, and it's just recently that he's decided he would come forward, so.
Well, maybe you could
Suggested that he would be more time consuming than he's probably would.
Maybe you could just give the prosecution a hint as to what sort of information you would be using so that we can at least get to the core of it and give them some appraisal of what it is that they can
I
expect.
don't think it's fair to ask us to give up impeaching evidence.
I'm not saying the detail of it, just the nature of it, so that we don't have a witness that gets on the witness stand and we spend a couple, 3 days on it with very little probative value.
Judge, I told him not to call Detective Valentine. I told him.
Okay, that's
You
the,
don't listen.
all right. Yeah, you can't expect, quite frankly, and you know it, people to rely upon that sort of advice. But if you give them some underlying information, it might be
I
helpful.
did. I told him I had the limo driver. He said, I'll blow it out of the water.
Okay.
He didn't want to listen. I told him Lyle wasn't there and he knew Lyle.
Okay, let's not get all worked up about that. Again, just tell them if you have information so that we can expedite the conclusion of this trial by giving some exchange of information between both sides. Otherwise, you're going to be in a position where the court is going to intercede whether you like it or not, both sides. Right. We'll be in recess until 1:30. I expect that there will be witnesses ready to go at 1:30 and fill out the balance of the day before we have the jurors excused to deal with any other matters that have to be dealt with outside the jury's presence. So we'll be in recess until 1:30.
My name is Grant Frederick Johnson Walker. Walker,
Could you spell it, please, Mr. Walker?
Walker.
Mr. Walker, are you nervous?
Yes,
Mr. Walker, what do you do for a living, please?
I'm a swim pool service and repairman.
And were you employed as a swim pool service and repairman in August of 1989?
Yes, I was.
And so you don't provide regular pool service, you provide a specialized kind of pool service, would that be fair to say?
I do repair work for other independent pool men.
On Saturday, August the 19th of 1993, did you go to the Menendez home at 722 North Elm Drive in the city of Beverly Hills?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time that you had ever been to that residence?
I believe so.
And were you sent there by someone else?
Yes, I was.
And what is the name of the individual who sent you there on August the 19th?
Leon Bartek.
And is Mr. Bartek's name spelled Bartek?
I believe so.
How long had you been doing referrals from Mr. Bartek back in 1989?
Probably just a few months, maybe 6 months.
Okay. When you went to that residence, do you recall approximately what time it was?
Approximately 2:00 in the afternoon.
And when you got to the residence, did you gain entry to the residence through the front or the back of the property?
Through the rear.
And how was it that you went to the rear? Were you directed to go there through the rear?
Yes. Yes.
As a pool repairman, is that your normal habit and custom to go through the rear of properties to gain access to the pool?
Depends on where the equipment is or the pool is.
Had you prior knowledge about where the equipment would be at the house?
Yes, Leon Bartek told me where it was.
And when you went through the back of the house, what did you first see?
Well, I entered the gate through the rear from the alley, and I saw 2 people sitting at a patio set.
And could you describe these 2 people for me? Were they adults?
They were adults,
And what were their sexes?
male, female.
And when you say they were sitting there, could you tell what they were doing?
Not right away, no.
Okay. Did you then approach these people and have some conversation with them?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn who they were?
Yes, I asked if they were Mr. and Mrs. Menendez. That's what I said.
Now, when you say Menendez, are you meaning to say Mendez?
Yes.
All right. And did they correct you or respond to you, or what happened?
No, I introduced myself and asked if that's who they were and told them who I was and that I was to do a repair.
All right. What happened then?
Mrs. Menendez acknowledged me and said, yes, that's who she was. And I asked her whether it was convenient for me to do the repair today. And she said, yes, it was, and she was expecting me.
All right. And did you conduct this conversation with her outdoors in the backyard?
Yes, I did.
And could you describe if there were any, was there a pool in the backyard?
Yes.
Was there a tennis court in the backyard?
Yes, there was.
Right. When you had your conversation with Mrs. Menendez, did you notice if there were any of her children around?
Yes, there was.
Sustained. Rephrase the question. Answer stricken.
Did you notice any young men around that time?
Yes, there were 3.
There were 3. Could you describe them for me?
There was 2 in white tennis outfits. And there was another gentleman on the court in the rear.
And as far as the ages of the two people in the tennis outfits, were they older or younger than the other man that you've described?
They were younger.
And do you see them in court here today?
Yes, I do.
Right, would you indicate where you see them in court today? What are they wearing?
Wearing a plaid shirt, red,
Indicate-
and a red sweater.
Indicating Eric Menendez and Lyle Menendez, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, but at the time that you saw them, they were wearing white tennis clothes, is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe you indicated they were on the tennis court.
Yes.
What were they doing?
They were playing tennis.
After you made Mrs. Menendez's acquaintance, did you proceed to start to do what you were hired to do?
Yes.
And what were you, physically, what were you doing?
I was working on an automatic spa control. What it is they have a pool and a spa. So if they choose to use the spa at night, rather than have to go all the way to the rear to the tennis court where the pool equipment is to turn it on, there's automatic controls right on the side of the house.
And when you say right on the side of the house, are you talking about the main house?
Yes.
Did you see a guest house there as well?
Yes.
So when you talk about the house, you're talking about the main house.
Correct.
And so what were you trying to do in regards to these spa controls?
The spa control that's right on the house did not function. In other words, they couldn't go out and turn on the switch and have it function. They would have to go all the way to the rear to turn on the equipment. And this was what they call an override switch. So that's what I was working.
Okay, so your job that day was to fix the switch that was nearest to the house.
Correct.
Okay. And how long were you there that day?
Approximately half an hour to maybe 40 minutes maximum.
And did you have to move around the backyard of the house in order to accomplish this task that you had?
Yes, there's 4 switches on the side of the house that do 4 different functions. So to determine which one was which, I had to walk back and forth several times.
And in order to walk back and forth, did you have to walk by the tennis court?
Yes, I did.
Did you have to walk by the area where Mr. and Mrs. Menendez were sitting near the patio, at the patio set?
Yes.
And did you hear any conversation among Mr. and Mrs. Menendez and either one of their sons?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Without telling me precisely what you heard, could you describe the nature of the
I
conversation?
object, Your Honor, it's the identification of the person. Please go.
Well, let's first establish some foundation as to who was speaking.
Okay. The conversation that you're going to tell us about, do you remember who was talking?
Yes, it was Mrs. Mendez.
Mrs. Menendez?
Menendez, excuse
All
me.
right. And who was she speaking to?
She was speaking to Lyle,
And which one is Lyle as you sit here in court?
the red sweater.
Indicating Lyle Menendez for the record, Your Honor. And what did she say to Lyle Menendez?
I don't recall exactly, but it was tennis related.
All right. And did you hear Lyle Menendez respond to her?
Yes,
And how did he respond to her?
in anger.
And what did he say?
I don't recall the exact dialogue, but it was vulgarity and anger.
Do you know what Mr. Menendez, where he was physically located when you heard this conversation between Mrs. Menendez and her son Lyle?
Mrs. Menendez and Mr. Menendez were sitting together at the patio set near the tennis court.
Now, did you actually see anybody playing tennis that day?
Yes,
And who did you see playing tennis?
I saw Lyle and the other gentleman that I mentioned before.
Okay, could you describe him for me? You've said he was a male and he was older than the Menendez brothers. Could you give me any better description of him?
He had dark hair.
And so you saw the gentleman with the dark hair who's not in court playing tennis with Lyle Menendez during the day. Is that you
Yes,
were, and
correct.
that was that for the entire time that you were walking back and forth fixing the spot controls?
I believe so.
All right. Did you ever see Eric Menendez playing tennis that day?
No, I didn't.
What was he doing?
He was standing beside his parents, close to them.
Did
Proximity.
you ever overhear any conversation between Eric Menendez and his parents?
One time.
And could you tell us what the nature of the conversation was between Eric Menendez and his parents?
He seemed to be angry with his parents also.
And could you tell me what led you to
Your Honor,
the,
I'm going to strike that as a non-responsiveness to the conversation.
Overruled, the answer will stand.
could you tell me what about the conversation led you to believe that he was angry?
I object as a conclusion unless the witness tells us what to say.
Overruled, you answer the question.
Will you repeat the question, please?
Could you tell me what it was about what you heard Eric Menendez say that led you to believe that he was angry?
Well, as I recall, Lyle was angry at this point too, and he joined in. Eric joined in.
So Lyle was angry and his brother Eric joined in.
Yes.
And when you say that they were,
Strike the answer as non-responsive.
Overall, the answer will stand.
and at whom was the anger directed? Was it at this other gentleman with the dark hair, or was it at someone else?
Not with that, at the parents.
Okay. Now, after you completed your job, how was it that you were going to be paid?
I'm paid by Leon Bartek.
All right. Did you leave any kind of bill or receipt with the Mr. and Mrs. Menendez on the 19th of August of 1989?
No, I did not.
And after you finished there that day, did you return to your home?
Yes, I did.
Did you talk to your wife about what you had seen that day at the Menendez home?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Without going into what you said, did you talk to your wife?
Yes, I did.
Shortly after that, did you have a conversation with Mr. Bartek about what you had seen that day at the Menendez home?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay, even if it doesn't relate to conduct.
Overall, don't tell us what was said, just whether you had a conversation.
Yes, I did.
Now, on Sunday, it was the 19th of August. At some point within a few days after that, did you learn that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had been killed?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any independent recollection here today of when it was you heard that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had been killed?
Yes, I believe it was Monday.
And when you heard that, did it cause you to recollect that you had seen them 2 days
Yes.
previously?
Objection, Your Honor, leading the witness.
Objection sustained, the answer stricken.
Mr. Walker, at the time that you heard the news on Monday, did you have any thoughts about Mr. and Mrs. Menendez in terms of what you had seen?
Yes.
And sometime after Monday, did you have any conversation? I believe you indicated you had a conversation with Mr. Bartek. Do you remember what day it was that you talked to him?
It was probably Monday.
All right. I have nothing further of this witness at this time.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Mr. Bartek. I want to ask you some,
Mr. Walker.
Mr. Walker.
Mr. Walker, I want to ask you some questions about how you date this incident. You said it took place on August 19th, a Saturday, correct?
Yes.
And did you also say that you'd been doing referrals for Mr. Bartek for about 6 months before this incident took place?
Correct.
Is that right? So was it around April of 1989 that you started doing referrals for him?
I'm not exact on that.
Just roughly 6 months before August, you had been doing referrals, correct?
Correct.
And would that always involve a situation where he would call you and send you over to somebody's house and you would do your work and then call him up and tell him how much he owed you for the work?
Yes.
Would you bill him for the jobs that you were doing on paper, or just tell him, I went to the house, here's how much you owe me?
It's verbal.
Verbal billing. And would you yourself keep any records, documents of when you went to particular places and the work that you did at those places?
No, I didn't.
And would he pay you for each individual job?
He would, the individual or groups.
Individual or groups? In
Of
other
jobs.
words, there was some times when he would pay you for specific jobs and other times when he would pay you in one lump sum for a number of jobs you had done.
If there was many jobs, all like several jobs in a week, then they'd be all grouped together. If it was slow and it was only one, then it'd be a single check.
And how about if it was not a big job, just a $20 or $30 job? How would he pay you for something like that?
The same way.
Could be individual and it could be.
Correct.
Did you ever tell anybody that he always paid you individually for the jobs?
No.
How about this job? Did he pay you individually for it or in a group?
I don't recall.
Did you look to see if you had any records of getting paid for this particular job?
No, I haven't.
When was the first time that you ever had any conversation with anybody about what you heard that day when you were at the Menendez home?
I don't understand the question.
You testified about a conversation that you say took place on August 19th, 1989,
Correct.
in which you heard Lyle and Eric Menendez say certain things, correct?
Correct.
When was the first time that you told anyone about that conversation?
That would be Saturday.
And you told your wife about it, correct? And then you also had a conversation with Leon Bartek sometime later that week about it?
Yes, that would be later in the week.
And did you have any conversation with anybody else that week about this incident?
I might have had a conversation with my neighbor.
And did you also attempt to have a conversation with someone at the Beverly Hills Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And when did you attempt to have that conversation?
I believe that was on a Wednesday.
And was that a telephone call that you made to the Beverly Hills Police Department?
Yes, it was.
And do you know who you spoke with?
No, I don't. I spoke to an officer of the watch or whoever answered the phone.
And did you tell whoever answered the phone that you had some information about a case you had read about in the newspapers?
Yes, I did.
And did that officer take your name down and say somebody would be in contact with you?
He said he wasn't interested.
I'm sorry?
He said he wasn't interested. He said,
Did he say he was going to take your name down?
no, he didn't say anything of that.
Do you ever recall telling an investigator that he did take your name down and told you that somebody would get back to you?
No, I never said that.
In any event, after you had that conversation, no one from the Beverly Hills Police Department came to talk to you about what you had overheard, correct?
No, I did not.
And is it true that the next time you had any conversation with anybody about this incident took place about 4 years later in July of 1993?
Correct.
And between 1989 and 1993, you had no other conversations with anybody about what you testified to here today. Is that correct?
No, that's not true.
Who else did you have conversation with?
Well, like I said, I talked to my neighbor.
But aside from the conversations we've already talked about, in the period from 1989 to 1993, did you have occasion to discuss what you overheard with anybody else?
I probably have, yes.
Do you know
I
who
don't
that
recall
would be?
who they would be. No.
Is it fair to say?
Friends.
Is it fair to say that the first time you started thinking about the conversation you overheard was in 1993 in July?
No.
And when during the period between 89 and 93 were you thinking about the conversation?
I can't recall that, but it had come up from time to time with other people,
And
friends of mine.
Is it something that stuck in your mind during that period of time as to the specifics of what you heard?
Yes,
And it's something you carried with you for roughly 4 years, vivid
Yes.
in your mind?
yes.
And it's something you talked about pretty much on a daily basis, would you say?
No. I'm talking on a daily basis.
But it was something that was on the top of your mind. Would that be fair to say?
No, it wasn't on the top of my mind either.
Well, is it something that you overheard in 89 and then you put it out of your mind? And
I didn't put it out of my mind either.
now in 1993, did you again call the police department and indicate, as a result of something you had seen on the television, that you wanted to tell them about this conversation that you told the jury about?
No, I did not.
And who, if anyone, did you have a conversation with in July of 1993 about what you had overheard?
Detective Sawyer.
Detective Zoller from the Beverly Hills Police Department?
Correct.
And how is it that you and Detective Zoller came together in 1993 to discuss this conversation?
He called me.
And do you know how he got your name?
Yes, I do.
How did he get your name?
From my wife.
And is it true that your wife had gone into the Beverly Hills Police Department and had said that you had some information relating to this case?
Take your call for hearsay.
Sustained.
This is for the non-hearsay purpose of it.
All right. Again, it's would be hearsay as far as how he would know that.
At some point in time, you had a conversation with Detective Zoller, correct?
Yes,
And that was in July of 1993?
correct.
And at that time, do you remember telling him that it was Eric who you had heard having a conversation with Mrs. Menendez?
Correct.
And is that the truth? It was Eric, the one?
No, that is not.
Right. And at the time you had the conversation, you thought you had overheard Eric Menendez having the conversation with Mrs. Menendez where
That's correct.
he was angry, correct?
That's correct.
And when you gave him that information, were you pretty sure of it?
I don't understand. Yes, I was pretty sure of it.
You were pretty sure of it
Yes.
at that time. And when did you find out that you were mistaken?
I found I was mistaken when I watched court TV and I saw the names with the faces. I did not read a newspaper article. I've not read a newspaper article to do with this trial since the event happened. So I did not know which name went on which person until I saw the actual pictures. See, I heard my information on radio and they talked about the older and the younger, and I was mistaken in the ages. That's why I put the names in the wrong places.
Well, when you spoke to Detective Zoller on July 25th, 1993, did you tell him that you'd been watching the news in reference to Lyle and Eric Menendez's murder trial?
No, I did not say that.
You never made that statement to him, is that correct? And if he wrote that down in the police report, he would be incorrect.
Yes,
And is it your testimony now that you were actually listening to something on the news and you hadn't seen any photographs of the Menendez brothers up to the point in time when you had this conversation with Detective Zoller, is that
I
correct?
did not see a picture with the names underneath to determine which name, which went with which face.
All right. And even though you hadn't seen a photograph, you went ahead and told Detective Zoller that you had personal knowledge that Eric Menendez had said some angry words
Yes.
to his mother, correct?
Yes.
And what was that based on if you hadn't seen a photograph or a likeness of Eric Menendez up to
What
that
it was
point?
based on is radio. I'm out in the field all day long. I listen to radio, and you hear about the older and younger brother. And that's where I made the mistake. And I thought it was more important to correct it when your investigator interviewed me than it was to be in error.
So what I'm trying to get at, though, is how you connected up the conversation with Eric Menendez. Is it because you thought it was the younger brother who was having
They
the
always described older and younger when they gave the names.
Okay.
And I took Eric as being older, and I was incorrect.
And so when you heard over the radio that they're describing older and younger,
Yes, that's where I got the names confused.
and in your mind, you hadn't seen photographs of who was older and who was younger.
Correct.
Who did you think was having the conversation, the older or the younger?
Well, that's where I was mistaken.
No, but I'm
That's why I
asking,
corrected it.
when you made your statement on July 25th to Detective Zoller, did you think in your own mind, gee, I know it was the younger guy who was having the conversation, and because the radio had
Yes.
identified the younger guy as Eric,
Yes, I mistook younger person for having the conversation.
and that's how you made that mistake, because
Yes.
the radio had mistakenly said that Eric was the
The
younger
radio
man.
was correct. I was mistaken, and I thought it was more important for me to be right than to be mistaken.
And did you think you were right when you gave Detective Zoller that
Yes,
information?
I did.
All right. Now, when you talked to Detective Zoller, were you able to describe to him exactly what was said by either brother to the mother that day?
Not exactly, no.
And the only thing you in fact recollected was that it was something about tennis, correct?
Yes,
And that it seemed to be an angry exchange, correct?
correct.
And it was anger on behalf of both parties, is that right?
No,
What was it that the mother said, if you recall?
I do not recall exactly what she said.
And do you recall what it was that was said by the brother that made you think it was related to tennis?
Well, he was playing tennis.
And did you assume that the conversation was about tennis because they were playing tennis?
Yes,
And the other man that you said was present there, did you think, based on what you saw, that he was a tennis coach?
I assumed he was. I do not know who he was.
And the reason you assumed that was because he seemed to be helping out one of the brothers in his tennis playing, correct?
Yes,
Now, you described that man as having dark hair, is that correct?
yes.
Is it true that you could be mistaken about that because he was back in the shadows somewhat?
No,
Did you ever tell an investigator that you could be mistaken about describing the person you thought was a tennis coach as having dark hair?
I said that I would probably not be able to recognize him.
And my question is, did you ever tell an investigator that you could be mistaken about the tennis coach having dark hair?
No,
And you're pretty sure that he had dark hair at this point?
yes,
And is it also true that your best recollection is that you were there on a Saturday?
yes, that's correct.
And could you tell the juries why you think it was a Saturday that you were there?
Well, when I heard on the radio that a professional murder had been committed, the day after I was there, you don't forget something like that. It's like the Kennedy assassination. I know exactly where I was that day too.
And so you date it because you heard about the killing on Sunday?
I heard about, no, No, I did not hear about the killing on Sunday,
When did you hear about the killing?
Monday.
Monday. And you were there the day before you heard about the killing?
I never said that. I was there, yes, I was there day before the killings. But when I heard on Monday about what had happened, you don't forget that you were there the day before.
And that's how you dated to Saturday, correct?
Yes.
And is it true that when you received the call from Mr. Bartek, that you went to do this job shortly after you received the call, either that day or the next day?
It would be within a reasonable length of time after I received the call, yes.
Give me your best estimate of when that was.
It can be a week, it can be 3 days.
Well, I'm not asking in general, but in this case,
I have
since you
no
recall the
idea-
date.
I have no idea what day he would call me and ask me to do repair.
And do you have any idea about when, in relation to receiving the call, that you went to the Menendez home?
I have no idea what day he would call me.
Do you remember that the atmosphere between the parents and the two boys you heard making the statements was tense? Did it seem to be a tense atmosphere to you?
Yes, it was.
And that was tension on behalf of both the brothers and the parents, correct?
I wouldn't know.
Well, it
I
wasn't.
mean, for me, it was tense, yes.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is it wasn't tension between the brothers. It was
No.
some tension between the parents and the brothers.
Correct.
And you don't know what happened before you got there to cause that tension, correct?
No, I do not.
You pretty much were occupied with doing the job you were called to do at that point.
Yes, I
right?
was.
Now, do you know when you billed Mr. Bartek for this job?
I didn't bill him for it.
Well, let me rephrase that. When you told him how much he owed you for the job?
We talked quite a bit when it comes to doing repairs. It could have been that Saturday, it could have been Sunday, it could have been Monday.
Well, you did, according to you, did the job on Saturday, right?
Yes, but I could have called him Saturday night. He could have called me. It could have been on a Sunday that I told him it was completed.
And would that have been your normal practice to call
Yes.
him that night and say,
Or he would call me. Most of the time, he would call me.
and do you have a recollection of him calling you or you calling him that Saturday?
No, I don't.
Do you have a recollection of how much you billed him verbally?
Yes,
How much was
it'd
it?
be $30.
And do you have a recollection of when he paid you?
A lot of the times, he would pay me immediately.
I'm not asking for a lot of the times. I'm saying for this job, do
All
you
the
have,
time, he would pay me immediately.
I'm sorry?
He would sometimes pay me the same day. He never held back in any money.
Right.
So that with all the jobs.
Did he pay you the same day for this job?
He may have, I don't recall.
And what is your best recollection as to when he paid you? For this
Probably.
job, not what he usually did.
Well, I have to go on what he does. He just gave me a check today for a job I did yesterday. So was his practices.
So if he followed that practice, he would have paid you $30 on Sunday, correct?
He could have written a check on Sunday. Yes.
And is it your recollection, based on what he normally does, that he would have written you a check for $30?
I have, like I said before, he paid me in groups. It could have been groups of other jobs. It could have been, sometimes he would pay me in advance for a job, whatever was convenient for him.
And could you tell me how you are able to recollect that it was approximately 2 o'clock you were there?
I just remember it was in the early afternoon.
Could you be more precise of when it was you were there?
No, I can't.
That's your best approximation, right? Do you remember telling the investigator that you could be wrong on the time?
Yes.
Did you hear the tennis instructor making any statements at all?
I don't recall what he said. No.
And how long were you there?
I was there approximately half an hour to maybe 40 minutes.
And if you were there at 2, you were maybe there close to 3 o'clock?
Could be.
And when you left, were all the parties still in the same position you saw them in, that is around the tennis court?
Yes.
Did anybody look like they were preparing to leave?
No.
Anybody look like they were getting ready to go fishing?
No.
Anybody say anything about, hey, we got a fishing trip, we got to sort of wrap this up, words to that effect?
No.
And where were you before you went to the Menendez home that day?
It was probably in Hancock Park.
Do you have a recollection of that?
Yes.
And how about after you left the home, where'd you go?
Beg your pardon. Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, how about after you were at the house? Do you know where you went afterwards?
Yes, I would go home.
Could you describe for me what the brothers were wearing that day?
Tennis outfits, white.
They were all white?
Yes.
Can you tell me anything more about the outfits themselves?
No, I can't.
Did they have white tennis shoes on as well?
I don't recall.
How about the tennis instructor?
I don't recall.
And you mentioned a conversation you had with Mr. Bartek later on that week about what you overheard, correct?
Yes.
And is it true that that conversation took place on Wednesday?
I don't remember what day that was.
Was it shortly after you learned about the killing?
Yes, it was.
And had you read in the newspaper about the
I
killing?
didn't read it in the newspaper. I heard it on the radio.
Heard it on the radio on August 23rd. Do you remember hearing any names when you first heard about it?
Objection, Ms. Stacy testimony.
Sustained.
Do you remember when you first heard about it, whether there was any mention of names, either Eric or Lyle?
I don't recall those names being mentioned.
And do you think it was shortly after first hearing about the case that you had a conversation with Mr. Bartek?
Yes.
And during that conversation, do you recall saying to him that you overheard Eric making certain statements?
There we go again. It wasn't Eric, it was Lyle. But I might have said, I would probably put it as a group. I wouldn't give names at that point. I wouldn't know the names. I would just say the kids.
You said something about the kids, but you...
Because I didn't know their names then.
So if you didn't know their names, you wouldn't have been saying Eric or Lyle, correct?
Correct.
That would have been impossible because there was nothing about the names in the stories you had read or heard, correct?
I don't even recall what I would say, but that makes sense to me.
Okay, that's all I have.
Mr. Walker, you don't have regular pools that you visit on a regular basis, such as an ordinary pool person, is that right?
Yes, I do have regular.
You do?
Yes.
Do you do regular pool service?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So you said that you would have been in Hancock Park before you went to this house.
Yes.
Was that a regular location of yours?
Yes, it was.
Where in Hancock Park?
You want the address?
Yes, please.
Let's give it to council without reciting it. Open.
What street?
Lucerne.
Lucerne?
Yes.
What block of Lucerne? What 100 block of Lucerne?
400 block north.
400 north? So we're north of 3rd Street?
Yes.
And is that 400 north on Lucerne a regular? You're laughing. I live in Hancock Park. Let's go. Is that a regular? Come from Queens and live in Hancock Park.
No,
Is
which
that a
is better?
regular location of yours? Which is better, Hancock Park. Is that a regular location that you serviced?
Yes, it is.
And did you service it every Saturday?
Still do.
And what time of day do you get to that 400 block of Lucerne pool?
It all depends on what time I get up on Saturdays. Saturdays is a slow day for me.
Okay, is that your only regular service job on Saturdays?
As far as service, yes. I have 3 on Lucerne.
You know what you need to do, Mr. Walker? You need to get a little more forward to the mic because back here I can't.
Okay.
You say you have 3 houses that you service on Lucerne,
Yes.
but this is the only one you service on Saturdays?
I service all 3 on Saturday.
Okay. And you go there before you do any special work?
Yes, I normally like to get my service out of the way before I do any repairs.
So is it your recollection that on the 19th of August, 1989, you made 3 service calls on Lucerne Boulevard in Hancock Park before you went to Elm Drive in Beverly Hills.
Correct.
And did you have any other special service repair work that Saturday?
I do not recall.
You could have?
It's possible.
You say your service work depends on when you get up on Saturday. You try
Well,
to sleep
yes.
in a little on Saturday?
Yes, because I don't have that many accounts to service.
Okay. And how long do you spend at each house that you're servicing?
Depends on the weather conditions and what's needed to be done.
Okay. So you don't just drop the chlorine and leave?
No.
Okay. Now, what's the latest you would start your days, your service run?
About 10 o'clock.
So, apart from special repair jobs, every Saturday with respect to your work would be the same as every other, correct? You have 3 service calls on Lucerne and you make them every Saturday, right?
Not always, but most of the time, 99% of the time.
And do you have regular service calls on Sundays or is that your day off?
No, no work on Sundays.
And on Fridays, do you have regular service calls?
Yes.
Would it be accurate to say that the week before August 19th, you would have also serviced 3 pools on Lucerne Boulevard?
Yes.
Now, did you have a book or a calendar or a date book of some kind that would indicate where you're supposed to go on what days for servicing pools?
No, you have it in memory. It's like a
Same
trained
here.
rat. You just do the same thing over and over again the same day.
Just a rat in a maze, the old Hancock Park maze. Okay, but then there'd be these repair jobs and that would sort of break up the maze a bit.
Well, I would set those after I did my service.
Okay. So there's nothing that would have happened before you went to this house on Elm Drive that would distinguish one Saturday from another, is that right?
Correct.
Now, you indicated when, strike that. Now, before your wife talked to the police, had you learned that this case was in trial?
I don't understand.
Okay, well, your wife somehow went to the police in July and you wound up talking to Detective Zoller, right?
Correct.
And before that happened, did you know that the trial of this case had started or was about to start?
Yes.
And had you heard about what the opening statements in this case was, what the defense was?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that before you spoke to Detective Zoller in July, you knew generally what the defense was in this case?
I believe so.
Eventually, I will. Okay, now, you never were at that Elm Drive location before this particular day, nor I take it after, is that right?
I've been there after.
Why were you there after?
Repairs.
And when did you go there after?
I don't recall. I've probably been there 3 times after.
3 times after the parents were killed.
Yes.
So if I were to ask you to describe the layout, you'd be able to do that, right?
Oh, yes.
Yes, because you've been there
Yes.
more times since they're dead than before.
Yes.
Now, did you ever watch tennis on television?
No, I did not.
And is it your belief that everybody who plays tennis these days wears all white?
I have no idea.
Did you tell Officer Zoller in July of 1993 that the tennis instructor who was there was giving lessons to both brothers?
I assumed that's what he was, and I assumed that's what he was doing.
Now, why would you assume that he was a tennis instructor and that he was teaching both of them? What would lead you to assume that?
Just a wild guess.
A wild guess?
Yeah. I mean, that's who I assumed he was.
Isn't that because he was giving instruction?
I don't recall whether he was or not.
Well, but something he was doing made you assume he was a tennis instructor rather than say their Uncle Fritz or something like that, right?
Yeah, that's just the feeling I got.
From what he was doing
Yes.
and from what they were doing with relation to him.
Yes.
Okay. And was that both brothers seemed to be interacting with the instructor or coach?
I can only recall one.
You only recall Lyle.
Yes.
Is he the older brother or the younger brother?
I know who he is now. He's the older brother.
Okay. And at the time, did the person who you now say was angry with the mother appear older or younger than the other person in white?
I still can't distinguish the ages.
You can't tell us between Eric and Lyle which one's older and which one's younger?
No.
All right. So with respect to who you thought was, I guess it's fair to say you thought both of these boys were rude to their parents. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's what you came forward to tell these juries, that they were rude to their parents. Is that right?
Yes.
And therefore they couldn't have been abused or molested because they were rude to their parents,
There's
right?
an argument of Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, now, with respect to the ruder of the two, if you will, when you left that house that day, who did you think had been ruder to the parents? And you didn't know their names, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay, so who did you think was ruder, the older or the younger?
Objection vague to who she's referring to.
Yes. Why don't you rephrase the question?
I don't know who he's referring to. You thought one boy was more rude than the other boy, right?
I thought they were equally.
Equally rude. Equally angry, too?
Yes.
Okay, so you've changed your testimony now, is
No,
that
I
right?
haven't.
Objection argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Didn't you testify that one of them seemed to be angrier and was being angry back to the mother, and then at one point the other one joined in? Is that right?
Objection mischaracterizes the testimony.
Overruled. You can answer the question. Do you understand the question?
No.
Okay.
Well, let's go back to your police interview, okay?
Okay.
Now, what you said to Detective Zoller was that one of the sons was ranting and raving over a missed shot. You remember telling him that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also said that okay, in fact, all you said to Detective Zoller was that both boys were ranting and raving over shots. Is that right?
Yes.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that mischaracterizes the report.
Well, let me ask him what he remembers.
All right, then ask it.
Do you remember that what you told the police was that both boys were ranting and raving over shots?
Yes.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that mischaracterizes the report.
I'm not
Overruled. It's just a
referring to the
question,
report.
and Please answer the question. Next question, please.
Now, what you've testified to here was that Mrs. Menendez was speaking to Lyle about something tennis related, and he responded in anger with vulgarity. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said that at one point Lyle was acting angry with his parents and Eric joined in. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said that Lyle was on the tennis court with the tennis instructor.
Yes.
And you didn't testify that Eric was. Is that right?
Well, he wasn't. I don't understand that question.
Was Eric on the tennis court with the tennis instructor during the half hour to 45 minutes you were there?
Not that I recall.
So he was never on the tennis court with the instructor?
He was on the tennis court, but not with the instructor.
Well, what was he doing on the tennis
He
court?
was there with a racket. I don't know what he was doing.
Well, didn't you tell the investigator that he was standing by his parents with a racket, not
Yes.
on the tennis court?
They had the patio set right up against the tennis court. That's where they were sitting.
This is an open tennis court, it's not fenced?
This is a fenced tennis court, except for one opening. It's on the west side. The rest is got canvas around it. So they were right up as close as they could get to the tennis court on that side, near the net.
The west side. Now, the west side of the tennis court is the side closest to the house. Is that
Correct.
right? And you're saying the patio furniture is between the house and the tennis court?
The day that I was there, that table was pushed up right up close to the tennis court. When you walked by that you did not walk between the tennis court and the tables. because they were so close. You had to walk around the other side of it.
So there's a patio table that's pushed up against the tennis court. It's not on the patio though, is that right?
It's right up against the tennis court.
The patio's off to the right of what you're talking about
Correct.
here.
But
Okay.
the patio furniture was brought right up to the tennis court.
Now, my question though was the west side of the tennis court is the closest part to the back of the house, correct?
Correct.
And there's like a concrete walkway between the back of the house and the tennis court,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
And you're saying someone had put a patio set there,
Yes.
and that's where they were sitting.
Yes.
Now, you told our investigator that Eric was standing next to his parents with a tennis racket in his hand all the time that you were there. Is that right?
No, he wasn't there all the time. He was there the one time that I observed him, yes.
You only observed him
I
one
didn't
time?
sit there for half an hour and watch him. I had
You didn't
things to
sit there
do.
for half an hour and watch anything. You were fixing the spot,
Right,
weren't you?
that's what I'm saying.
Could she not argue with the woman?
All right, just ask another question, please.
Okay. Well, let's see. Now, was Eric playing tennis or was Eric standing by his parents?
I did not see him play tennis.
Did you see him on the tennis court as contrasted with standing by the table where his parents were?
He was off to the side on the tennis court, right near the divider where they have the fence that fences off the tennis court to keep the balls in.
Okay, so was he near his parents or not near his parents?
Yes, because you bring the patio furniture up there, it's all in the same area.
So the parents were on the tennis court also?
They were at this patio set at the edge of the tennis court.
When you say a patio set, are you talking about a table?
Yes,
A table with chairs?
yes.
4 chairs?
It had 2 chairs when I was there and 2 people were in it.
Okay, so there are 2 people sitting on this table and it's not on the tennis court, it's
No, it's just
behind
at the edge of it.
okay. And Eric is where? Standing next to the table or away from the table on the tennis court?
One time he was right next to the table and another time I observed him, he was over closer to the tennis court.
And did you see him playing tennis?
No, I did not.
At no time.
At no time.
Did you hear him taking instruction from the coach?
I did not. I do not recall hearing that.
But you recall the coach saying something to Lyle because he was playing with Lyle, is that correct?
He must have if he was playing with him, but I don't recall what was said.
Well, it's not whether he must have. Do you recall he said things even if you don't recall specifically what they
I'm
were?
sure he must have said something. I do not recall what they said.
Now, was this man that you saw Caucasian?
Yes, he was.
And did you estimate his age?
Yes, I'm not good with age, as you can attest to that. I estimate him at 30-ish.
30-ish, in his 30s?
He could have been younger. He could have been a little older.
Well, did you tell the police he was in his 30s?
Yes, I did.
And was that a wild guess on your part, or did
That
you
was the
think he
closest that I could recall.
Now, did you tell the police that the parents, mostly the mother, was commenting about any missed shot that either boy would make?
You want to repeat the question, please?
Did you tell the police that the parents, mostly the mother, would comment about a missed tennis shot that either boy would make?
I don't recall saying that.
So if Detective Zola wrote that in the report, he's mistaken?
Objection, misstates the report
Oh,
and
boy.
argumentative.
Well, let me read you this sentence. Tell me if you told this to Detective Zoller. He, being yourself, stated that as the boys were playing tennis, the parents, mostly the mother, with the father sitting next to her, would comment about a missed tennis shot that either boy would make. Did you say that to Detective Zoller?
I may have said that.
And if you said that to Detective Zoller, are you telling him then that both boys were playing tennis?
Obviously not.
Obviously not. As the boys were playing tennis.
It's just plural.
Yes,
I
plural
recall-
means more than one.
Yes, it does. I only recall one.
So you wouldn't have said as the boys were playing tennis to Detective Zoller. Is that right?
I guess so.
You guess you wouldn't have said that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And so you wouldn't have said missed shot that either boy would make because you only saw one boy missing shots.
Don't know
correct?
tennis, and the conversation that I heard was related to tennis.
Yeah, but I'm-
Exactly what was said, I do not recall.
I'm not talking about tennis. I'm talking about the number of boys, okay?
Okay.
Now, would you agree, Mr. Walker, that from the sentence I read you, it appears you told Detective Zoller that both boys were playing tennis and both boys were missing shots?
Boys probably were playing tennis. I did not see them.
Well, you certainly didn't tell Detective Zoller about things you didn't see, did you?
No.
Argumentative.
Overall, the answer will stand.
So did you tell Detective Zoller that both boys were playing tennis and both boys missed shots?
I do not recall if I
Okay.
said that.
And in fact, you even, did you tell Detective Zoller that while on the court, they, meaning the boys, would rant and rave over missed shots?
You're pluralizing again. I only recall one, and both of them did rant and rave.
I'm not pluralizing. Mr. Walker, I just want to show you page police report to see if it's pluralized.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is very argumentative. It may be-
Right, it's just a remark and it's stricken, just show them the report.
Have you seen a copy of this report that Detective Zoller wrote concerning his interview with you of July 25th, 1993?
Yes, I have.
So you've had a chance to read it before now, is that right?
Correct.
And did you make any corrections on it and tell Detective Zoller that he got it wrong?
No, I did not.
So let me call your attention to the part that I have been reading to you, okay? Do you see this sentence? He stated that as the boys were playing tennis, the parents, mostly the mother, with the father sitting next to her, would comment about a missed tennis shot that either boy would make. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
Does it appear then that you told Detective Zoller, plural, that both were missing shots and both were playing tennis?
Objection, argumentative.
Overall. Do you understand the question?
No, I do not.
My question is very simple. Are these words here yours, or did Detective Zoller make them up?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Are those your words to Detective Zoller?
I don't recall. I mean, this is a while ago. What I'm,
Well, 3 months ago.
yeah,
That's hard to remember what happened 3 months ago.
Excuse me, that's argumentative, Your Honor.
Right, that is argumentative. Objection sustained.
Do you find it difficult to remember what happened 3 months ago?
Objection, argumentative.
Overall.
no, I do not.
But you find it difficult to know if that.
Boy to me is not a, it's just plural or singular to me.
Your next question, please.
Okay, now what?
Counsel, you can go back to the podium if you like.
I want to take the report. back.
Okay, then before you ask another question, why don't you take it back and go to the podium?
Now, Mr. Walker, let's talk about your current memory, if we could. Who do you remember being the person who was playing tennis with the instructor?
Lyle,
And only Lyle, is that what you're
that's
saying?
all I recall, yes.
So you don't remember boys playing tennis, just one, is that right?
Correct.
And what vulgar thing did Lyle say? Understand my question?
Yes, I understand the
Go ahead,
question.
tell us, we can stand it.
Different words, I don't choose to say them.
Well, I'm asking you to say them. So
I
please say
understand
them.
you're asking me to say them. I don't choose to say them.
Excuse me, Your Honor, did the counsel not yell at them?
Yes.
Please answer the question, Mr. Walker. You're under oath here.
I
Excuse me, Your
understand.
Honor, I would object to counsel reminding him he's under oath.
Yes, just ask a question, please.
Please tell us what vulgar things Lyle said.
Do you recall the exact words?
I do not recall the exact words. I recall some of the words that were involved individually, but not in a phrase.
Okay, well, tell us the individual words.
I feel uncomfortable.
Well, go ahead. What words did you hear?
Fuck,
Uh-huh.
and words similar to that.
There are words similar to fuck?
Yes, there is.
Well, what other words similar to fuck did you hear? Is that it?
I'm just uncomfortable.
Well, do you recall the words?
I'd rather, I feel extremely uncomfortable.
All right. You feel uncomfortable with what?
Well, it's repeating some of the words
All right. These were words said by who?
by both boys.
All right. Well, why don't you tell us what those words were?
I can't recall them all.
Well, just the ones that you do recall.
Shit, and things like that. I can't recall all the words, and I don't want to say some of the words that maybe they did not say.
All right, your next question, please.
So they said fuck and they said shit.
Yes,
And you had never heard teenage boys say fuck or shit before, is that right?
Argumentative.
Sustain.
yes, I have, but not to their parents.
And they said fucking shit to their parents, is that right?
Yes,
And they ranted and raved over missed shots. Is
yes.
that right? They both did, is that right?
They both ranted and raved.
Over
One-
missed shots?
One over some tennis move. I do not know exactly. I'm not a tennis expert. I do not watch tennis.
Let me ask you something. Do you know what the expression missed shot means?
No.
So then, did you use that term with Detective Zoller, missed shot?
Well, missed doing something. What it was, I don't know because I am not a tennis expert. I do not
Mr.
follow
Walker,
tennis.
my question is, did you on July 25th, 1993, tell this detective, Detective Zoller, that Eric was ranting and raving over a missed shot?
Yes, that's what I said.
And you said that without knowing what a missed shot is?
Yes.
Now, would you tell me what the ranting and raving was?
As far as I could remember, it was to do with tennis.
But what was the ranting? When you say someone's ranting, you're characterizing
Angry.
something.
Directed at their parents.
He's angry at his parents because he did something you don't know what it is.
Correct.
But you called it a missed shot.
What I meant by that was tennis related.
And what was the parent saying that got them so angry?
I did not hear the parents.
Argumentative in tone.
Overall, the answer will stand. Your next question.
Now, you said the parents, mostly the mother, would comment about a missed tennis shot. Do you remember telling that to Detective Zoller?
Yes.
And
She was
what-
the one making comments about tennis.
Oh, no. Do you remember telling Detective Zoller that the parents, mostly the mother, would comment about a missed tennis shot?
Missed tennis shot to me is something related to tennis because I am not familiar with tennis.
Mr. Walker, do you understand my question?
I thought I answered it.
My question is, did you use those words in that phrase to Detective Zoller on July 25th, 1993?
I may have, yes.
Okay. And when you use the word that the parents, mostly the mother, would comment about a missed tennis shot, did you have something in mind?
Yes, to refer to tennis because I'm not a tennis expert.
What about the parents' comment? Did you have that in mind?
What do you mean to have? It was related to tennis. That's all I
What did the
recall.
parent say when the
Related
child
to tennis. I
missed
do not
shot?
know. It was related to tennis. I'm not a tennis expert.
All right, well, let me ask you this. Was it a kind of exchange where the mother was saying, oh, darling, you did a great job, and the son said, fuck shit?
No,
Was the mother being critical?
I cannot tell whether she was or not. I don't know tennis terms, obviously.
You know vulgar terms, though.
At your direction,
My nephew's drinking.
Overall, the answer will stand. Your next
Was the
question.
mother using vulgarity?
no, she was not. I did not
And-
hear vulgarity.
And when the sons, or one of them, said these vulgar words to the mother, what did the father do?
Nothing.
Didn't say a word. Is that
No.
right? When did you first see this case on television, Mr. Walker?
Probably 3 months ago.
And how often have you been watching it since then?
Not very often.
How often is that?
I try not to watch it
Why is that, Mr. Walker?
because it's very uncomfortable for me.
See, how often have you watched it?
Maybe bits and pieces of it because of it's on television, maybe 10, 12 times.
Do you get Court TV?
Yes, I do.
And Court TV has this trial on every single day.
Yes, it does.
And even on the weekends, it replays it.
Yes, it does.
And here you knew the people involved.
Yes.
And Therefore, it must interest you, doesn't it?
No, it does not.
So you
I do
don't
not watch it. No,
No. And you didn't go to the police and tell them this story in order to get yourself on television, did you?
I didn't go to the police.
You sent your wife, is that
I
right?
sent my wife.
Yes?
I went to the police 3 days after. And that was the last time I went to the police.
You went to the police? 3
Called
days
them. Excuse me.
Okay, and then you sent your wife in July of
I did
1993.
not send my wife.
Okay,
In fact, I told her not to.
told her not to go.
Yes. I
And
said,
so when the police came, they came to you, or you went to the Beverly Hills Police Department for
they
this
came to
interview?
me.
They came to you, and the interview was conducted at your home,
Yes, it was.
and you told them you didn't want to talk to them.
No, I didn't say that.
So your wife went to the police against your wishes, is that what you're saying?
Not against my wishes, but I told her I'd prefer not to.
Oh,
She said it was my civic duty.
I see.
Excuse me, can council's comment be stricken, please?
All right, just
And
ask
so
her a
after
question.
she said it was your civic duty, you said, well, okay, go to the police.
No, I did not.
Did she go before she told you it was your civic duty or after?
I don't recall.
You
Probably-
don't recall that?
I don't recall when that was said. She just came home one day and said she did it.
Oh, so you didn't even know she went to the police, so she came home
She
and
said she was
did it.
going to, and then she did it.
And had your wife been watching the case on TV?
She does watch it, yes.
She does. She
Yes.
watches it every day, doesn't she?
Correction, lack foundation.
Overruled. Your answer?
Almost every day, yes.
And in fact, Mr. Walker, your wife is out here scheduled to be a witness, isn't she?
Yes, she is.
But she doesn't have any firsthand knowledge, so in order for her to be a witness, you had to be a witness first, right?
Excuse me, that's argument.
Sustained. Objection sustained.
Now, let's get back to this telephone call that you made, you say, to the Beverly Hills Police. This is on the Wednesday after the Menendezes are killed,
Yes,
and you're telling these juries that you told a policeman at the Beverly Hills Police Department that you had information about the Menendez murders, and that policeman said, I'm not interested.
that's right. I called him and I told him I was a swimming pool repairman and I was there that Saturday before the murders. And he said, so?
He said, so.
Yeah,
And you said, well, I saw something that I think is significant. And he said, I'm not interested.
that's right. He said, so.
And so you said, okay, and hung up the phone.
That's right.
And he didn't take your name,
No, he did not.
and he didn't tell you that anybody would get back to you.
That's correct.
A moment, John.
Yes.
Just let me. Now, is it your recollection that after the officer who spoke to you said so, you just got off the phone?
That's right.
You didn't give him your name?
No, I did not.
He didn't ask for your name?
No, he did not.
Now, do you remember speaking to Cynthia Erdely, the defense investigator in this case, on August 19th, 1993?
Yes,
And did you tell Miss Erdely that they did take your name when the Beverly Hills police officer
No,
did take your name?
I did not.
Now, do you also remember telling the defense investigator that Eric was more quiet and stayed by his parents mostly?
Yes,
Did you say that Lyle was the one who made the vulgar swear word replies to his parents, which happened several times?
yes,
I thought you said here that both of them made vulgar swear
They
words
did.
and clause. I see. And you said you cannot recall, did you not? Well, and did you tell the investigator that the parents remained quiet after Lyle's comments?
Yes,
And you said you can't recall the exact words used by Lyle, is that right?
that's correct.
And today you gave us a couple of words, uncomfortably, is that?
Yes.
Are those words that you remember, or those words that you're making up?
Oh, the words I remember. I do not remember the exact order in which it was said.
I see. And did you tell the defense investigator on August 19th that the whole atmosphere between the parents and the boys was tense?
It was tense for me.
Well, my question is, did you tell the investigator the following sentence? The whole atmosphere between the parents and the boys was tense.
It seemed tense, yes.
Now, you say that your wife's been watching this trial just about every day, but you haven't.
No, I haven't.
But she talks to you about it, Mr. Walker, doesn't she?
Yes, she does.
Have a moment, John. Now, when you, just one thing at a time, guys. Now, when you talked to Detective Zoller in July, did you tell him at that time that you had had a conversation about the Menendez family with Leon Bartek that Wednesday?
I don't recall the day.
No. My question is, did you tell Detective Zoller in July of '93 that you had had a conversation with Leon Bartek about what you supposedly
Yes,
heard?
I did have
You told that to Zoller.
I don't know whether I did or not. I can't recall whether I'd said that or not.
Okay, wait. You don't remember if you told
I do
that?
not. I remember the conversation with Leon Bartek. I do not remember whether I relayed it to the detective.
Okay, so you don't know if you told Detective Zoller that?
Correct.
Did you tell Detective Zoller that you had discussed this afternoon at the Menendez home with a neighbor of yours?
I did not. I don't believe it. I may have discussed it with him. I don't recall it.
May have discussed what with whom?
The detective. I don't
You
recall.
may have told Detective Zoller that you talked to your neighbor about it. Is that what
I
you
may
said?
have. I do not recall.
And did you tell Detective Zoller in July that you talked about your visit to the Menendez home with your friends?
No, I didn't. I did not. I do not recall telling him that either.
What's your neighbor's name?
Chip Worthinger.
Excuse me?
Chip Worthinger.
How do you spell his last name?
I can't help you there.
Well, say it again. slowly.
Worthinger.
Worthinger?
Yes.
And he lives on the same street you do?
Yes, he does.
And who are the friends of yours that you've discussed this with?
I mean, their names?
Yes, their names.
One would be a friend of mine called Pepe.
Pepe?
Mm-hmm.
What's his last name?
Marciana.
Marciano?
Mm-hmm.
And when did you tell Mr. Marciano about what you saw or heard at the Menendez home?
It would be shortly afterwards.
Shortly after August 19th, 1989?
Yes.
Where do we find Mr. Marciano?
I don't have his address.
Well, how do you get in touch with him when you want to talk to him?
I call him.
Yes, you have his phone number?
Yes, I have his phone number.
May I approach the witness with a piece of paper, Your Honor?
I do not have it in memory.
You have it with you?
No, I don't.
You have it at home?
Yes.
So if Ms. Erdley were to call you later today, you'd be able to give it to her?
Yes.
And you have your neighbor's phone number?
Yes.
What other friends do you think you discussed this with shortly after?
David Greenfield.
And you have his phone number?
I have it at home.
And when you say shortly after, you mean all in the month of August of 1989?
Yes.
Now, did you tell Ms. Erdley on August 19th, 1993, that you had discussed what you saw at the Menendez home with Mr. Bartek?
I don't recall.
Did you tell her that you had discussed it with your neighbor?
I don't recall whether I did or not.
Did you tell her whether you discussed it with Pepe Marciano and David Greenfield?
Of those people, I know I didn't.
So you don't remember what you said to Ms. Erdely on August 19th, 1993?
I remember what I said, but I'm not going to bring in my neighbors. What relevant had that got to do with?
Well, I asked
Why am I
you
going
if
to tell her? I'm going to tell my neighbors. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well,
Why I would tell her that I told my neighbors?
Well, she talked to you about Mr. Bartek at some length, did she not?
She may have, but that's.
No, my question is, did she talk to you
She
about Mr.
did talk to me
Bartek?
about Mr. Bartek.
And did
Yes,
you
that's
tell her-
relevant.
Did you tell her that you had told Mr. Bartek about what you saw at the Menendez home?
Yes, I did.
You told her that.
Well, we talked about it.
You told her that.
I don't recall whether I told her that or not.
So you don't recall what you told Miss Erdely on August 19th, 1993. That be fair to say?
I told her the same thing I've just told you.
No, that's not my question. My question is, did you tell her on August 19th of this year that you had a conversation with Mr. Bartek shortly after the Menendezes were killed about what you saw at the Menendez home?
I do not.
So you. Now, do you recall that you also spoke to Ms. Erdely on Thursday, September 9th, 1993?
I don't recall what day that would be.
There was another conversation, though, with Ms. Erdely.
There was.
And do you recall if on that occasion she talked to you about Mr. Bartek?
There was a conversation about Bartek.
And do you recall if you told her on Thursday, September 9th, that you had a conversation with Mr. Bartek about what you observed at the Menendez home?
I don't recall.
So you have difficulty remembering what you said to Ms. Erdely on August 19th, 1993 and September 9th, 1993 about this subject. Is that right?
About my conversation with Bartek, yes.
Okay, but you have no difficulty remembering what you saw or heard on August 19th, 1989. Is that your testimony?
Objection.
There's a big difference.
Overrule, the answer will stand.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
I just have a couple questions. May I stay seated for them, please?
His wife wants me
Mr.
to
Walker,
go
you've spoken to Mr. Bartek about what you saw on August the 19th on more than one occasion.
Yes, I have.
I think I'll stay here.
When you spoke with the defense investigator on one of those 2 days, did you indicate to her why you would not be able to recognize the man that you assume was the tennis coach?
Yes.
And what did you tell her in that regard?
Well, he was back in the corner where the tennis court was covered.
And the homes that you referred to in Hancock Park that you service on Saturdays, were you servicing all 3 of those homes on Saturdays in August of 1989?
I believe so. At least 2 of them, I know for sure.
You spoke with Ms. Erdely on either of those 2 patients, the defense investigator. Did you tell her about your normal service calls on Saturdays?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach 2 things. You said you've talked to Mr. Bartek on numerous occasions, more than one occasion.
I talk to him constantly.
May I finish the question?
Yes.
You just told Mrs. Bozanich that you spoke to Mr. Bartek on more than one occasion about what you observed at the Menendez home. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you tell Ms. Erdely about any of those occasions?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Detective Zoller about any of those occasions?
I don't. No, I didn't.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness with a piece of paper so he can write the addresses of the homes on Lucerne that he serviced.
I don't have them that available in memory.
You go there every Saturday, Mr. Bartek.
Mr. Walker.
Excuse
name's
me, Mr.
Walker.
Walker. You go there every Saturday.
Yes. I could be right at that place and you could ask me the address and I wouldn't remember. Like I told you, it's like a train.
Saturday for 4
Yes,
years.
it's like a trained rat.
Okay, well,
You just do it. You don't look at the address. I have it all written down for the billing.
just write the names down. They're in the 400 North block of Lucerne.
All right, counsel, let's not make any gratuitous remarks here. All right, have you done that?
Yes.
Okay, anything else?
Do you send these folks a monthly bill for full service?
Yes, I do.
And do you keep records when they pay you?
Yeah. Very loose records.
Well, you do taxes every year, don't you?
Yes,
So you have to have records for
yes,
that, don't you?
I have that. I have money records, yes.
Now, you say that the tennis coach was in the covered portion of the court?
Correct.
What do you mean by covered?
Well, I don't mean covered. I mean, the sides have canvas on them,
All four sides have canvas on it, doesn't it?
except for the one part that's opened.
The gate.
No, there's a whole open section on the west side.
There's a whole side with no fencing?
Yes.
No fencing?
Yes.
Just
Right,
open?
that's open to the walkway in the pool.
And there's no fencing there at all, it's just open?
Yes.
And where is the net in relation to that open side? Is it perpendicular to that, or is it parallel?
Well, it's that open part, and then it would go, like the open part would be here, the net would go across.
Let me approach if I
Again,
can.
I think perpendicular.
Yeah.
Just flash it off for Mr. Walker, that way we don't have to guess.
Have we, how this is going to.
Let's first see if you could draw it.
Now, let's do something.
Exhibit number nine?
Well, let's first have them draw it and see if it's worth preserving.
Artiste.
Okay, it doesn't have to be art, it just has to be,
Close?
no, it just has to communicate.
This.
All right, very good. But now what I need you to do is to do one of those directional things, north, south, east, west.
Why don't you, before you do that, why don't you put in where the table was?
Approximately here, I would say.
Okay.
And
And
this is the pool equipment over here, in this corner.
Why don't you put in label it pool equipment?
equip.
May I approach this?
Okay, now you've made a W, that's west,
As far as my recollection, that's west.
and that's east, and that's north. So now you're putting the table on the south side.
Yes,
And now you're putting the, is this the opening here?
yes,
That's on the south side now also, is that correct?
yes.
Now, didn't you testify the opening was on the west side closest to the house?
No,
No?
no, I didn't.
Draw me the house or just the
The
back.
house is over here somewhere.
And don't you remember me asking you, Mr. Walker, if what you were describing?
Well, it'd be the west side, yes, the west side of the tennis court. This would be the east side, this would be the west side. The west side would be open, west end, kind of, that's what I meant by west.
Your Honor, I think this is clear enough.
All right, and where you drew a little square and the W for west, that's where the house is that
Did you
right?
write house there, Mr. Walker?
All right, that'll be exhibit 361.
I might have a moment, John.
Oh. Your Honor, before I finish with this witness, could we have a brief break to look at some photographs?
Sure. All right, we'll take a recess, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll resume at 20 minutes after the hour. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. See you back here at 20 after.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol Turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Well, he was on the east side.
Yeah, would you just draw like a circle and put the word coach, and that's where he was? And would you show me where Lyle Menendez was when he was playing with the coach?
Over here.
Okay, we just make an L. And show me where Eric Menendez was when you say you saw him on the court.
Well, he was over here.
Okay, would you do an E rather than a dot?
I sure can.
Okay, now keep that diagram in front of you, if you will. I'd like to read to you, Mr. Chairman, some of your testimony a little earlier this afternoon, okay?
Okay.
This is the unofficial transcript for today, Your Honor, and right now this is numbered page 51, starting at line
I don't have
15.
a copy of this.
I'll share it with you while I read it.
Isn't there another one sitting right there?
No, that's a different part of the same thing. This one. Okay, do you remember my asking you
starting at line 17, right, but the patio furniture was brought right up to the, oh, like that. And question 15, question, the patio is off to the right of what you're talking about here. Your answer, right, but the patio furniture was brought right up to the tennis court. Question, my question though, was the west side of the tennis court is the closest part to the back of the house, correct? Answer, correct. Question, there's a concrete walkway between the back of the house and the tennis court, right? Answer, yes. Question, and you're saying someone had put a patio set there? Your answer, yes. Question, and that's where they were sitting? Your answer, yes, yes. Do you remember that testimony this afternoon?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have two photographs I'd like to mark.
362.
362 and 363.
All right.
All right, let's go.
Walker, I'm going to show you these two photographs marked 362
And 363. Now, do you recognize the back of the house depicted in those photographs?
I don't recognize this, no.
You don't recognize that.
Which photograph is it?
He's holding in his hand, Your Honor, 362. You don't recognize that as the back of the Menendez house.
I don't reckon, this is not the back that I was referring to.
The house has another back?
It has a portion that I'm referring to, which is this portion here. The house goes like this, like an L-shaped. This is the back of the house that I'm referring to.
Okay, well, let me orient you to this, the wall that you drew here where you made a little box house. You see this red wall here?
Correct.
Okay, why don't we assume for the sake of my question that this wall here is this?
Yeah, that looks like it, sure.
That
Look,
does
it would
look
be. Yeah.
When you say this wall here is this, what do you mean by this?
Your Honor, what I would like to do is make a 1 on the diagram for the wall I was referring to, which is, this is confusing, but the
We've just
east wall of the back of the house.
without identifying what it is on the diagram, you put a 1 next to it. Okay.
I put a 1 next to it, and now, Mr. Walker, would you put a 1 on the wall of the house in the photograph that corresponds to the wall with the 1 on it in the diagram? Now, Mr. Walker, you recognize that this wall that you've marked 1 is the wall closest to the tennis court.
Correct.
Just as it is in the diagram.
Yes.
And you just heard your testimony that the patio set was put between the wall of the house and the tennis court.
No, I never said between the wall of the house and the tennis court.
Between the back of the house and the
I
tennis court.
drew where it was.
Yeah, I'm asking you if you recall just hearing your testimony that the patio set was between the back of the house and the tennis court.
No, I do not recall saying that.
Oh, I just read it to you, Mr. Walker.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
All right, now where is the,
That's not what I meant, obviously.
okay, well, let me ask you something.
That's why I drew it.
Let me ask you something about your diagram. What is next to that table in the diagram? Besides the tennis court on what side? What's on the other?
There's a pool over here.
So
And then
you're
there's a guest house over here.
So now you're saying that the table was between the tennis court and the pool and not between the tennis court and the back of the house?
As I drew it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the patio furniture was right up against the tennis court.
And are you saying it was between the tennis court and the swimming pool or between the tennis court and the back of the house?
I'm saying that it's right up against the tennis court, as I said.
Now, my question is it between the tennis court and the pool or between the tennis court and the back?
It's
of
right
the
up
house?
against the tennis court is where it is.
Mr. Walker, do you understand my question?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand what the word between means?
Yes, I do. And I've made a diagram. I don't understand the problem.
Why don't we just try to answer the question, okay?
I did. patio furniture is right up against the tennis court.
Is it between the tennis court and the pool, or between the tennis court and the back of the house?
It is closer between the tennis and the pool.
So it's between the tennis court and the pool is
Yes.
what you're now testifying.
Yes.
And the pool is not directly behind
No, it
the
is
back of the
not.
house. And is it your recollection, as you've drawn in that diagram, if not, might approach again, Your Honor,
Yes.
that between the table and the actual surface of the tennis court on this west end, this whole west half of the tennis court, there is nothing? Is that your testimony?
I don't understand that. What do you mean there's nothing?
What's between the table and the tennis court and the surface of the court?
Well, you could see directly, if you were sitting here, you could see directly onto the west side of the tennis court.
Can you walk directly onto the west side of the tennis court?
Yeah, you could walk straight to it.
You can walk straight on. There's nothing between the table and the surface of the court. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, there was nothing between there and the tennis court.
It's just open.
It was open, yes.
There's no fence.
There was no fence between here and there, no.
I have some more photos.
$364.
Next number 364. I have two more photographs here, and I'd like to mark them 364 and 365.
Bartek,
Sorry, I don't know why we keep calling you Bartek.
Mr. Walker. Let me show you 364. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Swimming pool.
The swimming pool, does that also show the Menendez house?
Yes, it
Does
does.
it also show part of the tennis court?
Yes, it does.
Okay, now let me show you 365. See that?
Yes,
Does that show the swimming pool?
part of it.
Does that show a space between the pool and the tennis court?
Yes,
Does that show a fence running down that west side of the tennis court?
yes, it does.
I have nothing further to say.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant? Mr. Burt?
Mr. Walker, who was the first person you spoke to about what date you were at the house? Do you recall?
No, I don't recall.
And do you remember when you spoke to Detective Zoller in July of 1993, over 4 years after you had been to the house, that he asked you, well, what date was it that you were at the house?
Yes, he did ask me.
And what did you say to him? How did you describe what date you were there?
I described it as the day before the murders.
The day before the murder?
Saturday, the day before the murders.
Well, did you know what day the killings had taken place when you were having the conversation with Zoller?
You mean the exact day and months?
Yeah.
I don't recall whether I did or not.
Did he tell you what day
No,
the
he
killings
did not.
took place? Did he ask you, well, Mr. Walker, what day were you there? Tell me the date you were there.
He didn't ask me.
And your best memory now is what you told him was you were there the Saturday before the killing.
Correct.
And when you gave that statement to him, did you know what date the killing had taken place?
I'm sure I did.
What date did you think it had taken place when you told him you were there the Saturday before the killing?
Well, it was August 20th.
And how did you know that?
I don't recall how I would know. I don't recall where I would remember that date.
And is it your testimony that you went to the home shortly after you received the call from Mr. Bartek?
Yes.
Would have been that day or the next day?
After he called,
Yes.
it could be a week. It could be a lead time of a week to 3 days to 1 day. It all depends how busy I am.
And you have no recollection as to when it was you went after receiving the call, correct?
No, I do not.
And before you came to court today, did you have a discussion with Mr. Bartek about what date it was you were over at the house?
No.
Did he tell you that he made his discovery that there was something wrong with the pool 2 Wednesdays before the killing took place?
Never mentioned that to me.
And if he made that discovery 2 days before the killings took place, 2 Wednesdays before the killing took place, and told you about it, then when you would have been over there would have been before August 19th, correct? If he's correct?
Well, it wouldn't be 2 weeks. It wouldn't take me 2 weeks to get to a repair job.
Right. So if he was over there 2 weeks before August 19th and found out there was something wrong with the pool and sent you over at that time, that would not be consistent with what your memory is. Is that right?
I don't understand the question. Repeat it, please.
If he made the discovery 2 Wednesdays before the killings that there was something wrong with the pool and sent you over there shortly after he made those discoveries, that would have been before the time that you say you were over there. Is that right?
Person vague.
It's compound. You're gathering too many facts there.
You had no discussion with Mr. Bartek about when he was that he sent you over there, correct?
No.
And did you have a discussion with him before you came to court today about the conversation you testified about saying to him after you were over there that you had overheard some conversation between the boys?
I don't follow the question.
Did
exactly.
you meet with Mr. Bartek in the district attorney's office before you testified here today?
I have spoken to him before I testified, yes.
Did you meet with him in the district attorney's office before you testified today, this afternoon?
Objection vague is to attorney.
Well, overall, do you understand the question? Did you see him there?
I've seen him today, yes.
And did you see him in the district attorney's office today?
I've seen him outside the courtroom.
Did you see it? Did you have a meeting where you and the district attorney and Detective Zoller were present in the same room with Mr. Bartek?
Not in the district attorney's office. We've all been together. Didn't talk to him.
Objections overall. The answer will stand.
Did you have any
I
conversation
didn't
with
have
him
any conversation with him about that.
about the conversation?
Correct.
All right. And did you talk to him at all about whether he had any records which would show when you were over there?
I've talked to him and he says he doesn't have any records.
And did you receive payments in the form of checks from him before August 19th?
I'm sure I have, yes.
And those would have been checks that you received from him that would have included lump sums for more than one job, correct?
It could be lump sums or it could be just one job. That's the way I'm paid, either in multiples of jobs or it could just be a single job.
That's all I have to say.
Any redirect?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Follow-up questions, Mr. Woods.
All right. Sure.
Mr. Walker, I want to just focus you for a moment on dates, okay? You follow along with me. The Saturday before August 19th would have been August 12th. You agree?
If you say so, I have to take your word for it.
Well, you don't have to take my word for it. The calendar is pretty reliable.
Okay,
7 days before the 19th would have been the 12th, correct?
correct.
And so the Wednesday before the 12th would have been the 9th,
Okay,
right? And so 2 Wednesdays before the time when the Menendezes were killed would have been August 9th, correct?
I'll go along with that if
Okay.
that's correct.
So hypothetically, if Mr. Bartek had discovered on Wednesday the 9th that this pool and spa needed repair, you wouldn't have waited until the 19th to go fix it. Is that
Correct.
right? So it's possible, isn't it, that if he did discover it on the 9th and told you, that it's the 12th that you went out to that house?
No, that's not possible.
That's not possible because it's your insistence that after hearing these people were killed, that reminded you that you had been there the very day before. Is that right?
I'm not going to forget about this kind of an incident that happened just the day before.
You're
I
not
was
going to
there.
forget about two teenage boys using two rude words the day before. Is that right?
Objection,
Right.
Menendez,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
you are now arguing with the witness.
I'm not
Object
sure.
resisted. All right, anything else?
No.
All right, you may step down. Thank you, sir. You're excused. Your next witness?
Mr. Bartek.
My name is Leon Bartek,
Spell your last name, please.
Bartek.
Mr. Bartek, what do you do for a living, please?
I'm in the swimming pool service maintenance business.
In August of 1989, did you have an arrangement where you took care of the Menendez swimming pool?
Yes, I did.
And was that located at 722 North Elm Drive in the city of Beverly Hills?
Yes, it was.
And in August of 1989, do you know for how long you had been taking care of the Menendez pool?
I've been taking care of the Menendez pool as long as they lived at the house.
And do you remember approximately when that was that they moved into the house?
Not approximately, but like I serviced the pool during the time they lived there in the house.
And how often did you service the Menendez pool?
Twice a week.
And do you remember what days of the week that you serviced the pool?
I would come there on a Monday and Thursday.
Did you ever refer out repair jobs to other people to take care of the Menendez pool?
If there was an electrical problem or a plumbing problem that I couldn't deal with, I would hire someone else to do the repair, yes.
And did you hire Mr. Grant Walker, who just left the courtroom, to take care of a problem at the Menendez pool in August of 1989?
Yes, I did.
To your knowledge, was that the first time you had hired Mr. Walker to do a job for the Menendezes?
Yes, it was.
All right. And do you remember when it was that you contacted Mr. Walker and asked him to go to the Menendez house?
It was the week of the murder.
All right. Do you remember what day?
It was about middle of the week when I discovered the problem, and then I called Grant and sent him there.
All right. And so do you remember if you called him the same day that you discovered the problem or a different day that you discovered the problem?
I don't remember. It could have been the same day that I called him or the next day.
And the week before the killings, do you have a recollection that you went there on your normal days or did you go there on different days? In other words, did you go there on Monday and Thursday or different days?
I would go there Monday and Thursday. Unless there was a problem, I might stop by on another day. But generally, I stuck to a certain schedule.
And it's your recollection that you contacted Mr. Walker in the middle of that week and told him about the difficulty at the pool. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the nature of the difficulty?
Yes, there was a problem with the spa override switch. The spa would not function properly.
And where was the spa override switch located at the Menendez property?
It was located right at the end of the pool, the shallow end of the pool, close to the spa area.
Okay, was there another switch closer to the house?
Well, it was right on the house, the spa switch.
At some point, did you learn that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had been killed?
I discovered it the Monday after the murder.
Can you tell us how it was that you heard about it?
Well, my schedule was to come there on a Monday and Thursday, and when I came there, I saw the area fenced off. I didn't know what the problem was, so I just bypassed the house. I knew there was a problem, but I didn't know what the problem was.
Could you describe what it was you saw that led you to this conclusion that it was fenced off? In other words, was there a big fence up or was there some other sort of barricade?
Well, there was like tape around the pool area, the gate that I would go to the pool. It was barricaded with like tape.
And when you say tape, are you talking about the police type of tape?
Yes,
And that was at the back of the house, is that
back
correct?
of the house.
Shortly after that, did you have a conversation with Mr. Walker about something that he had done at the Menendez home prior to Mr. and Mrs. Menendez dying?
Yes, I called him and I asked him if he repaired the problem. And he informed me he repaired the problem.
Do you remember when it was that you had this conversation with Mr. Walker about repairing the problem?
It was after the murder, a day or two, perhaps Monday or Tuesday of it.
Was this after you had already gone to the house and found the police tape there or before?
Afterward.
And during that period, when you had the conversation with Mr. Walker, did he indicate anything to you about what he had seen or heard while he had been at the home on that Saturday?
He mentioned to me that he overheard an argument.
And did he tell you the nature of the argument? Did he describe it for you?
Not in detail. He just said he overheard an argument between the father and the son.
All right. And did he mention to you any more detail about it than what you've told the juries?
No.
All right. Now, how was it that you paid Mr. Walker for the services he performed for you?
I would pay him by check.
And how soon after the jobs did you pay him normally?
Generally right after the job was done, a day or two afterwards.
Mr. Bartek, have you been asked by the police and the prosecution to look for any kind of records or checks that you might have for Mr. Walker?
Yes,
And did you bring the originals with you to court today?
yes.
All right, Your Honor, I have here 2 pages, 8.5 by 11, which have 3 checks, the front and the back Xerox. They have this marked as exhibit, I think it's 366.
Yes.
I believe counsel have copies, is that correct? All right, may I approach, please?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this. Exhibit 366. I'd like you to take, you have the checks right with you, right?
Yes.
Would you please take them out of your pocket? All right, and the 3 original checks that you have with you are dated the 21st of August of 1989, the 15th of September of 1989, and the 2nd of October of 1989. Is that correct?
Yes,
And those original checks match this exhibit, which is now 366. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And when we asked you to bring some sort of documentation, why did you choose these particular 3 checks?
Because these are the records I have.
All right, and are these the only checks that you ever made out to Mr. Walker?
No, I made other checks for previous jobs.
Do you recall how much Mr. Walker told you he was going to charge you for the job that he'd done at the Menendez home?
He charged me a regular service call,
And how much is that?
$30.
Now, the checks that are Xerox on Exhibit 366 are for more than $30. Isn't that true?
That's true.
Could you explain why that is?
Because I would pay him for more than one job. He might do over a period of a few weeks, several jobs.
Now, to the best of your recollection, which of those 3 checks represents your payment to Mr. Walker for the work he had done at the Menendez home on the 19th?
The one of August the 21st.
Now, when you spoke to Mr. Walker shortly after learning about the homicides, did he indicate to you that he had been there, how far in advance of the homicides he had been at the house? Do you understand my question? It was kind of bad.
Well, he was there on the Saturday before the murder.
And did he discuss that fact with you?
Yes, but he was. I asked him when did he do the repair.
Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Bartek, when did you first talk to someone from the prosecution in this case about these issues?
Perhaps a month or 2 ago, just by memory.
A month or 2 ago? And which member of the prosecution team did you talk to a month or 2 ago?
I had Detective Zola call me.
And do you recall what you told Detective Zoller during that call?
Specifically, no.
Have you ever seen any notes of that call to Detective Zoller or any police report that contains what you said to him?
No.
Did you tell Detective Zoller when you spoke to him about a month ago that Mr. Walker told you he had overheard an argument between the father and one of the sons?
I possibly did. I don't recall.
I'm not asking for possibilities. Do you remember if you said that to Detective Zoller?
I don't remember.
Do you remember when you, strike that. When is the first time that you do remember telling someone, anyone, about Mr. Walker having told you that when he was at the Menendez house, he overheard an argument between the father and the son?
When was the first time?
Yeah.
Whenever I talked to Detective Zola, I mentioned I had some information. I don't just recall what all the information was.
Well, okay, but I think we've just established that you don't know if a month ago you told Detective Zoller that particular piece of information.
Would you repeat the question again?
Well, let me ask you this way. Isn't it true that today is the first time you ever told anybody that Mr. Walker told you that he overheard an argument between the
No.
father and son? No? You think it was an earlier day?
Absolutely.
Okay. When was it and to whom?
I mentioned I talked to Detective Zola.
And so you're telling us that before today, you told Detective Zoller that Mr. Walker told you that he overheard an argument. Is that what
Yes.
you're saying? Your Honor, I'd like to approach.
All right.
Mr. Bartek, I want to make sure you understand my question, okay?
Okay?
Today, did you tell any of the three people sitting at that end of the council table, Mrs. Bozanich, Mr. Kuriyama, or Detective Zoller, did you tell any of them today that Mr. Walker told you that he had overheard an argument between the Menendez father and one of the sons? Did you tell them that today?
Yes, I did.
And did you ever tell any of these three people that before today?
I mentioned something of the fact to Detective Zola.
Okay. And how many times before today have you talked to Detective Zoller?
Perhaps 3 or 4 times.
3 to 4 times. And was each of those times over the phone, or were any of those times in person?
Just over the phone.
And do you recall on which of those occasions you mentioned to him that you had information from Walker about an argument between the Menendezes?
Possibly the first time.
Now, if we could focus on the first time, what month do you believe it was that you talked to Detective Zoller for the first time?
I didn't make a note of that. As I mentioned, it was somewhere in perhaps a month or 2 ago. He called me for information regarding Grant Walker. This was the reason why he first called. He asked me if I sent Grant Walker to the Menendez house.
Okay.
This is specifically the first information that he wanted, if
All
I
right.
sent him there.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you recall, and do you think it was in that first contact with Detective Zoller that you mentioned what Walker had told you?
I think so.
All right. Now, do you recall also having a telephone contact with a woman investigator named Cynthia Erdely?
Yes, I do.
And did you understand that she was a defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And did you speak to her before or after you spoke to Detective Zoller for the first time?
I don't remember if it was before or after.
And do you remember Ms. Erdely speaking to you about this job that you had sent Mr. Walker on and whatever you knew about that job?
Yes, I do.
And if I were to tell you that your conversation with Ms. Erdely was Wednesday, September 1st, 1993, would that refresh your recollection as to when it was?
Yes.
Does that sound right?
About a couple of months.
Okay.
So just.
Now, do you recall Ms. Erdely asking you what your regular appointment date was for servicing the Menendez pool?
I don't remember if she asked me that question. I don't recollect.
Do you still have the account for that pool?
Yes, I do.
And did you tell that to Ms. Erdely?
No, I don't remember her asking.
Okay. Do you remember telling her in 1989 you went there there being the Elm Drive house, every Wednesday between 1 and 2 p.m. and performed the pool maintenance that took about 45 minutes?
I don't remember. My regular schedule was Monday and Thursday. Occasionally, if there was a problem where I went, I might come on a Wednesday. There might be a possibility I made a Wednesday call if I didn't get through. But mostly my schedule was Monday and Thursday.
Mr. Bartek, isn't it true you told Ms. Erdely your schedule was every Wednesday and you never mentioned Monday and Thursday to her at all?
I don't remember that, no.
What's your schedule now?
I come there on a Wednesday now. It's switched from 2 calls to 1 call.
So now you go there every Wednesday.
The schedule was changed, yes. I may have been confused, but the schedule was changed.
So when you spoke to Ms. Erdely on Wednesday, September 1st, 1993, you might not have remembered at that time when it was you serviced the Menendez pool when they were alive? Is that
Well,
what
the
you're
fact
saying?
I switched from 2 times to 1 time, that possibly could have just elapsed my mind, but like I said, I switched the schedule there and only come once a week.
When did you switch the schedule?
couple of years ago or so.
All right, let me ask you this then. Did you say to her, to Miss Erdely, in 1989, he went there every Wednesday between 1 and 2 p.m. and performed the pool maintenance that took about 45 minutes? He would mostly see Kitty Menendez, who was usually pleasant. Do you remember telling Miss Erdely that?
I would talk to Kitty, yes.
Do you remember saying the words I just read to you?
I remember telling her, yes, that I did talk to Kitty. Yes, that I remember.
Did you tell her that you went there every Wednesday?
That I don't remember.
Did you tell her that you were there the Wednesday before the killings?
I don't recall that I said that, no.
Did you tell her that you could not recall who was there that Wednesday?
I don't remember telling that, no.
Did you tell her that the Wednesday after the murders you went there and found it was roped off and security guards were there?
I may have told her security guards were there. In fact, I went there, passed by there a month or two after the murder, and there were always security guards there.
My question is, did you tell her you went there the Wednesday after the murders?
I possibly may have, but I don't recall.
Now, didn't Miss Erdely ask you to look up your records for any records that you had relating to the Menendez home?
I told her at that time that my records were in the garage in boxes and that I would look them up, that I didn't have any at the present time. And
Did you go to the garage and look in the boxes?
Well, yes, several weeks afterward. So yes, I finally did. But at that time, I didn't.
So you had no
have any
records?
Records.
So you can't prove in writing that you went there on Mondays and Thursdays rather than Wednesdays, is that right?
I can't prove it in writing, no.
Now, did you also tell Miss Erdely that you discovered the spa controls were being overridden by the pool controls on your own? In other words, the Menendezes didn't point it out to you, you knew it.
I don't recall saying that, no.
You don't recall saying that? Did you tell Miss Erdely that you may have made this discovery 2 Wednesdays before the murders?
I don't remember that. I said that, no.
Did you tell her that you called Grant Walker to do the repairs and they were done a few days later, to the best of your recollection?
I told her that Grant Walker did the repairs, yes.
No, I'm asking you if you told her that you called Grant Walker to do the repairs and they were done a few days later after you made the discovery, to the best of your recollection.
I don't recall saying that, no.
So you have a great deal of difficulty remembering what you said on September 1st, 1993. Is that fair to say?
Well, you mentioned the fact that this is when I was first called.
I see. This is before you and Mr. Walker got together and decided what you remembered. Is that what you're saying?
Objection, very argumentative.
Very argumentative?
Yes.
Ask another unargumentative question.
Okay. Mr. Bartek, this is what you told Miss Erdely before you and Mr. Walker talked.
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
Is this what you said to Miss Erdely before? Let me strike that. Was your discussion with Miss Erdely before you and Mr. Walker talked about these issues?
Objection, vague.
When in 1993 was the first time you and Mr. Walker talked about these issues?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
Rephrase that.
You talked to Mr. Walker about this today, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did you talk to Mr. Walker about this before today? In 1993?
Yes.
And when was the last time you talked to Mr. Walker about this before today?
When the matter first came up that we would be subpoenaed to testify.
And when were you subpoenaed?
I held the subpoena somewhere here.
Okay.
Subpoenaed on November 1st, 93. Here's the subpoena.
So you were subpoenaed 2 months after you spoke to Miss Erdely, is that correct?
Yes.
And you talked to Mr. Walker after you were subpoenaed?
Yes.
And now your memory is different than it was when you spoke to Miss Erdely, is that right?
Objection, argumentative.
Is your memory today different than it was when you spoke to Miss Erdely?
No.
Did Mr. Walker change your memory in any way in talking to him?
No, Mr. Walker did not change my memory.
Did you tell Miss Erdely that Mr. Walker told you about overhearing an argument between the Menendez father and son?
I possibly did say that, yes.
Possibly you don't remember.
Possibly I did say that. I don't recall the conversation.
Mr. Bartik, might it refresh your recollection about the conversation with Miss Erdely if I show you her report?
Yes.
May I see it, please?
Okay, have you read it? Now, Mr. Bartek, is there any mention in there, in Ms. Erdely's report about, well, strike that. Does reading the report refresh your memory as to whether or not you told Ms. Erdely about your conversation with Mr. Walker concerning his overhearing an argument?
Repeat that again.
Does reading Ms. Erdely's report refresh your memory as to whether or not you told her that Mr. Walker told you that he had overheard an argument between Mr. Menendez and one of his sons?
If I recall, I did tell her that my repairman overheard an argument, yes.
Is it in her report?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I don't see it here. Let's.
It's not in the report, is it?
No, I don't see it there, no.
But what is in the report is that you told her that you went there every Wednesday, that you were there the Wednesday before the
Well, it's
murder.
possibly I could have got confused since I go there Wednesdays now and I just wasn't thinking. But my schedule at that time, as I mentioned, and I reemphasize that let me make that correction if that's possible.
Well, did you make that correction? Oh, you had 2 months between the time you spoke to
So-
Ms. Erdely and the time you were subpoenaed. Did you call her up to make the correction?
No, I
That's an
didn't.
argumentative. That's not in there.
And she had asked you, had she not, for you to please check to see if you had any documentation and to please contact her.
At
if
that time,
anything
I didn't
turned up.
find any. As the case progressed, well, then I searched and I found these checks.
Uh-huh. And, but she had left her number with you for you to contact her, had
Yes, I did. She did, and I don't remember what I did with it. I misplaced it, and I forgot her name.
you misplaced her number and you forgot her name. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, when you spoke to Detective Zoller, did you tell him that you had given some misinformation to the defense investigator?
No.
Now, you said that apart from the checks that are before you now, that you had other checks made earlier for previous jobs that Mr. Walker did. Is that right?
Well, that would not pertain to this
Well,
job. Well, yes.
That wasn't the question.
Yes.
Did you bring those earlier
No.
checks? No. So let me ask you a hypothetical. If Mr. Walker had done the work on the Menendez pool on August 12th, is there a chance that you would have paid him for that before the 21st of August?
I generally would pay him promptly, a day or two or within a week. I would pay as soon as the job was done. This is the way I did things.
So is that yes, that if he?
Yes, if he did
Okay.
a job, then the job was paid for immediately afterward. It would not go on for 2-3 weeks.
Okay, but you didn't bring us any checks that you might have written between August 12th and August 21st, did you?
No. Well, there's a check here, August 21st.
Yeah, but you didn't bring us the earlier ones.
No.
Now, did Mr. Walker tell you what this argument between the Menendez father and his son was about?
No, he didn't. He did not go into detail, and I didn't ask him.
Did he tell you which son?
Yes.
Now, your testimony is that you had this conversation with Mr. Walker just a day or two after you learned the Menendezes were killed. Is that right?
That's right.
And you learned the Menendezes were killed a day or so after they were killed.
Yes.
All right. So tell me, what son did Mr. Walker tell you the argument was with?
He said it was Eric.
He specifically used the name Eric.
Yes.
And he used the name Eric on August, 21st or 22nd of 1989?
Yes.
Now, Mr.
Or
Bar-
he just said he overheard an argument between the father and the son.
which son? Eric, right?
Yes.
Right. Now, Mr. Bartek, Mr. Walker's testified here just before you that he didn't know the name Eric on August 21st or 22nd, 1989.
Well, I mentioned to you,
Argumentative moves to strike the answer.
I mentioned to you, he said the father and the son.
No. You just said he told you the name. Isn't it your testimony that he told you the name Eric when he told you about
Well,
this
this was later on. This was later on.
Oh, this is later on. When was later on?
As this case started.
As this case started? You mean as this case started being televised every day?
No.
When did this case start, according to you, Mr. Bartek?
Well, I don't specifically know just when it started, but I don't specifically know the date or the time that he mentioned this to him. I did ask him, I said, well, which one was it? And he said, well, it was Eric. It was
When did you talk to him about this?
this was after the murder.
Okay, now you've just said that it was right after the murder that you talked to him and that he mentioned Eric. Now you're backing off that, isn't that right? You're changing that.
Argumentative.
No, I'm saying that the first time.
When was the next time you talked to Mr. Walker about this?
Well, there are a number of times, I mean, that we talked about this.
Yes, I want to know the second time.
The second time
Yes.
that we discussed,
This argument that he claims to have overheard between Mr. Menendez and a son.
Objection argumentative.
I specifically don't remember just when we discussed, I mean, I can't give you a certain day.
Give me a year.
What was, when they found out that the boys did the murder. I mean, this.
When they got arrested, is that
Yes.
right? And you're saying when they got arrested, Mr. Walker told you, I overheard an argument between the Mr. Menendez and Eric. Is that right?
No,
No?
no, he mentioned that he overheard the argument whenever I talked to him about, about the family being murdered.
Okay, well, when the boys got arrested, what was the discussion with Mr. Walker then?
Well, we were both surprised.
Surprised.
Yes.
And is it then that he said, by the way, the one that I heard the father arguing with was Eric?
He didn't say it in that terms, no.
Well, when did he say it was Eric? That's after the boys got
Well, I
arrested
can't,
or later?
I'll just be very honest with you. It's not like honesty. I specifically just don't remember what period of time. Just
Maybe
one-
it was today then, if
No,
you don't
definitely
remember.
not.
Well, when was the next time you had you said that you had a conversation with Mr. Walker about this when the case got started. Did you mean when the brothers got arrested or some later date?
Well, we started discussing it when we found out that Grant would be subpoenaed. And so that's when we started discussing it. I mean,
So you started discussing it after when the defendants got arrested, you discussed it, and then you discussed it again after Grant learned he was being subpoenaed?
well, we discussed it, yes.
Yes? And when did Grant learn he was being subpoenaed?
I'm just going to, out of the clear blue sky, perhaps a couple of months ago or so, 3-4 months ago.
So you're,
Move to strike it as being out of clear blue sky. Recognition.
Somewhere in,
All right, objection sustained.
I don't know, 3-4 months ago, just,
you're saying that Mr. Walker anticipated being subpoenaed 3 or 4 months ago?
yes.
Objection, cause for speculation.
I do not keep records. I mean, it's,
Objection sustained.
Did Mr. Walker tell you 3 or 4 months ago that he expected to be a witness in this case?
yes.
Can you give us any clue, Mr. Bartek, of when was the first time Mr. Walker told you Eric's name as the person who had the argument with the father?
I don't remember when.
Do you know if it was in 1990, the year that
No.
the defendants were arrested? You don't know.
I don't remember that.
Do you know if it was in 1991?
No.
Do you know if it was in 1992?
No.
Do you know if it was in 1993?
No.
So you have no idea when it was.
Well, let me rephrase that. I'm trying to recollect just when. It's after the boys were arrested, perhaps sometime at that time or when he got subpoenaed. I just, like I said, I just can't specifically give you the date. But
Mr. Bartek, the brothers got arrested in March of 1990, 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago. And Mr. Walker told you he expected to be a witness 3 or 4 months ago.
Mhm.
So we're talking about a period of 3 years here.
yes.
Yeah, and can you place anywhere in those 3 years when he first said to you that the argument he overheard was between Mr. Menendez and Eric?
I can't give you a date.
Now, what did he tell you about this argument? What was Mr. Menendez and Eric arguing about?
Correct, and ask me.
He didn't say what they were arguing about, and I didn't question him. He just said he heard an argument, that's all.
And that was the nature of the argument between the father and Eric.
Yes, he just said he heard an argument.
He never mentioned anything about Lila. He never mentioned anything about the mother. Is that correct?
No.
That's not correct?
No, he did not mention anything about Lala, the mother, no.
Now, when was the most recent time that you and Mr. Walker discussed this argument between Mr. Menendez and Eric?
The recent times?
Yes.
We haven't discussed it. I mean,
How about
I don't
today?
see any, I can't give you a date.
How about today? Talk about it today?
Well, we mentioned going in, but
Sorry? Did you and Mr. Walker talk about the argument that he heard between the father and Eric today?
yes.
And what did he tell you about that argument today?
Let me rephrase that. No, we did not discuss that. I'm just trying to think. No,
Just don't say if you don't know, Mr. Bartek.
I
Take
just
your
don't.
time.
No, we didn't discuss this outside.
You didn't discuss this at all today?
No,
Did you discuss it yesterday?
no,
How about last week?
no,
How about the week before?
no.
But you have discussed it since you received your subpoena. That's what you've told us.
Well, yes, but I can't give you a specific date or whatever. When we got the subpoena, this thing came up again, yes.
Well, what did he tell you, if anything, about, what did he say about this argument when you last spoke to him about it?
Well, he mentioned something to the fact that if it's going to be helpful to the case, then, he's going to do what he has to do to help the case.
To help the prosecution in the
So,
case, is that right?
Anyway,
To help the prosecution in the case, is that what he said?
well, to help the case. It's,
And to get on television?
no, that was not the reason, no.
Was
Definitely
Mrs. Walker around when he was talking to you about this?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I mean, generally our conversation was over the phone.
Okay. How many times do you talk to Mr. Walker in a given week?
It depends, sometime twice a week. Just depends.
You talk to him all the time, don't you? Because you still work with him, right?
Well, yes, but it just depends on what the problems are in the pool route. It could be 2 times a week, could be once a week, could be 3 or 4 times a week. It just depends.
And how many times do you think you've talked to him about the Menendez murder case?
How many times?
Yes, sir.
That I wouldn't know.
Now, you recall reading in Ms. Erdely's report that you said that the call, I'll strike that you may have made the discovery of the spa override 2 Wednesdays before the murders. You recall reading that there?
Jackie calls for hearsay.
It might be possible that I may have discovered it earlier, but
No, my question is, did you read it in Ms. Erdely's report?
yes, I did.
And it appears, therefore, that that's what you told her.
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
Do you remember reading this report now that that's what you told her, that you could have made this discovery 2 Wednesdays before the murders, but you can't recall exactly?
I'm reading it here.
Okay? And is that what you told her?
It's possibly,
Possibly what you told her?
but when there is a problem with the situation, you might discover it a week or 2, but then if you do not get the okay from the customer or whatever, you can't deal with it right away. You have to maybe wait a week till you contact the customer to talk about the problem.
Did you have to wait a week to contact the customer?
It's possibly I did.
Are you guessing, Mr. Bartek? You're in a murder
Well-
trial. You sworn to tell the truth. You guessing?
No, I'm not guessing. I'm not guessing, but
Are you guessing or are you telling us what you remember, Mr. Bartek?
I'm telling you that what I remember to best of my knowledge.
Okay, so
I
tell
don't
me
have
what
a
you-
recorded piece of paper here of everything. I don't record every single thing. Some things I remember, some things I don't.
And that's fine, Mr. Bartek. If you don't remember, will you tell us you don't remember?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember what day it was when you discovered the spa control was overriding the pool control?
I either discovered it the week prior to the murder, or could be a few days earlier.
Or 2 weeks prior, according to what you told Miss Erdely, isn't that right?
Objection, assumes facts
Well,
not in
that
evidence.
could possibly be,
Could you have discovered it 2 weeks before?
possibly, and possibly not.
Right. So you don't know, isn't that the truth?
I didn't keep records on that, whether it was specifically 2 weeks or so.
You don't know, do you?
Well, it was either, I mentioned to you, it was either the week of the murder or a few days before.
A few days before the murder, or a few days before the
No.
week before the murder?
No, a few days before. May have
Before
been
what?
well, all right, let's say if it was the following Thursday.
Oh.
And maybe I didn't contact her till the following Monday or Wednesday.
Why would you do that? They were home that Thursday.
They're not always home, no. They're not always home.
Assumes facts not in evidence.
All right, objection sustained.
Mr. Bartek, I'm not
Wait a
asking.
second, counsel. When I'm rolling, you wait until I finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ask your next question.
Thank you. Mr. Bartek, this is what I am asking you. Do you actually remember what day it was that you made this discovery?
I cannot give you a specific day that I made the discovery.
So is that no, you
Okay,
don't
let me
remember?
tell you this. It was either the week of the murder or it was 3 or 4 days before.
Before what?
Before the murder. It was the following, the previous Thursday.
So it was either the previous Thursday or the previous Thursday. That's what you're saying. That's the same week.
No, it's could have been the week prior to Thursday. I discovered it. Like I said, I didn't keep a record of that specific day that I
All right.
told her this.
Let me see if I understand what you're saying then. It could have been either the Thursday immediately before the killing or the previous Thursday.
That's true. Or it could have been the Monday.
The Monday before or the previous Monday.
No, I didn't say the previous Monday. I either have to discover it there on the Monday, a Thursday, or a Monday, because then I call my repair in the middle of the week.
But what you told Ms.
Somewhere.
Erdley, though, is that it was either the Wednesday or the previous Wednesday.
Well, I told her that I'm,
Assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled, the answer will stand.
I have nothing for you.
All right, anything on behalf of the other defendant?
Mr. Bartek, those checks you brought with you, is there anything on those checks which indicates that the checks were written for work at the Menendez home?
no, sir. It's-
And the check that is written on August 21st, 1989, how do we know that that check was written for work on the Menendez case?
Okay, I'll
Or on the
explain.
Menendez house?
I'll explain this to you. Whenever a repair is done or 2 or 3 repairs are done, I would immediately write out a check maybe for 3 or 4 jobs. So this had to be then for the Menendez job. It
And-
does not say, no, it does not say.
Right. And the reason you're testifying to that is because you're looking at the date on the check,
Right,
right? Which is August 21st, right?
right.
And you're saying to yourself, gee, I know the killing took place on August 20th, and this check is written on August 21st, and therefore this check must have to do with the work that Grant Walker did on the Menendez house.
Yes,
All right.
possibly, yes.
Now, and you also have checks that are written before August 21st in the month of August to Grant Walker, correct?
Well, I don't have them with me, no. I
But you
mean,
have them somewhere.
Well, yes, I mean, there's other jobs, perhaps going from the first of the year, and that,
And how long had Grant Walker been doing work for you?
you mean total beside the Menendez job?
Yeah,
2 or 3 years, something like that.
2 or 3 years up to the point of 1989? Had he been
Oh, wait a
working-
minute, let me rephrase that. He started, I had another repairman. Grant started somewhere in let me strike that, in 1989, somewhere in that area, yes.
1989 he started.
Yes,
In early 89 he started?
somewhere in 89,
So,
Summer or somewhere?
somewhere in 1989, that's,
so by August, he'd been doing work for you for a lot of months.
well, yes, for maybe a period of 8, 9, 10 months.
All right, 8, 9, 10 months he'd been working for you. And during
Yes.
that whole period of time, your way of doing business with him was to write him a check for a series of jobs that he had done, correct?
Yes, generally I would ask him over the phone what I would him for maybe 3 or 4 jobs, and so he would just give me the amount.
All right, you never write him checks just for one job, in other words.
Sometimes I would, but most likely it would be maybe a couple or 3 jobs.
And you wouldn't keep any records as to which jobs they were. He'd just tell you, you owe me $200.
That's right,
You'd write him a check.
right, absolutely.
So when you go back to your business records, the only thing you have are the checks,
That's right.
right? No way to tell what check relates to what job.
No. So,
Now, you said, I think, that you spoke to Mr. Walker the Monday or Tuesday after the killing. Was that your testimony on direct examination?
yes,
And which of those 2 days do you think you spoke to him?
Possibly it was Monday.
And I'm not asking you to guess. Do you know which one of those 2 days it was?
I don't specifically, but I'm sure it was Monday.
What?
Possibly Monday, because I wanted to have the job, make sure the job was done, okay?
All right.
Generally, if there's a job, I'm just nervous about it and I say, okay, was it done? And they wanted it fixed. So most likely it was Monday that I called.
All right, you said three things there. You said you're sure it's Monday, you're not sure it's Monday, and most likely it's Monday. So
Well, let's say it was Monday.
now you'd say it's Monday.
Most likely it was Monday.
Most likely it was Monday.
Right.
All right. So your testimony that you're sure it was Monday, you're sort of modifying that, right?
It most likely was Monday, because that would generally be my time of calling to see if the job was done. I wanted it completed and fixed because they wanted it fixed.
And what made you think it was Tuesday when you said it was Tuesday?
Well, sometimes I can't exactly reach him on a Monday or something, so I may call the next day. That's why I made that. Sometimes you can't reach somebody, reach his answer machine, and may have to call him the next day. So this is why I said Monday or Tuesday.
So it could have been Tuesday that you spoke with him.
It could have been, but most likely it would have been on a Monday.
Now, were you at the house on Monday, August 21st?
I passed by there.
You didn't go to the house itself?
I would service the pool from the alley entrance. I would go through the alley.
Let me ask you this. Did you service the pool on August 21st?
No. I didn't service it for a month afterward.
And was there a point in time on Thursday of that week, that would have been August 24th, where you tried to service the pool and couldn't get in?
Yes.
All right. And when you went to service the pool on August 24th, which was a Thursday, do you remember at that time that you were surprised by the fact that you couldn't get in?
Yes, I was surprised I couldn't get in.
And you remember telling Miss Erdley that you had not seen the news of the murders, so you had not known what had happened, so you were surprised when you went and you couldn't get in.
Yes, I remember telling her something of that nature, yes.
So on August 24th, when you went to service the pool, it was roped off.
Yes.
Correct?
That's correct.
The police wouldn't let you in.
That's correct.
And you were surprised because you didn't know anything about it.
I didn't know anything about it.
Right. And yet you say that Mr. Walker had a telephone conversation with you on August 21st where he told you about an argument between the father and the son, right?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. The amount of that check on August 21st was $200.
Yes.
Is that right? And you said you serviced the pool from the time the Menendez family moved in there?
Yes, the whole time that they lived there, I serviced the pool.
And that would have been twice a week during the time, 1988, up to the time of the killings?
Yes.
And during the time you were there times when you saw the Menendez brothers on the tennis court?
I would see them every week.
Nothing unusual about the interaction that you saw between the brothers and their parents, correct?
No.
During the entire time that you were there?
No.
Never saw anybody ranting or raving about missed tennis shots?
No.
Never heard anybody using vulgar language? No. Never heard any disputes between anybody?
No.
Thank you.
Any redirect? All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused. And we'll, at this point, then recess until Monday at 9 o'clock. All right, well, let's see council then at the sidebar. Don't walk off with any of those exhibits. Let's just leave them there.
Oh,
We'll resume on Monday, and instead of 9 o'clock, it might be 9:30. So give you, what does that mean? Is there some question in your mind that we might not start at 9:30? Is that it? Okay. It's my understanding, which is only based upon what people tell me, that we'll be ready to start at 9:30. So we'd ask that both juries return Monday at 9:30. Don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. Don't look at or permit yourselves to be exposed to anything about this case in any form whatsoever. And we'll see you all back here Monday at 9:30. Okay, I'll try to let you know about scheduling Monday once I get more information from the lawyers. They have to give me some more information before I can tell you.